making its way to the Game Boy Advance just in time for the system's North American launch, and then ported to the PS1 in 2003, in the era of older brother has a PS2 so his kid brother gets the old PS1. Pinobee, or is that Pinobee, has the distinct honor of being the one and only Game Boy Advance to PS1 port, and is a solid, if somewhat uninspired 2D platformer, in the flair of 16-bit platformers that came before. So Grandpa B was creating a bee robot in the form of Pinobee, and before he could finish and bring Pinobee to life, he gets kidnapped by some bad guy for whatever reason, and then some fairy just comes and brings Pinobee to life or something like that. Honestly, who actually really cares about the storyline in this game? Basically, Pinobee is on a quest to save his inventor, Grandpa B, like Pinocchio saving Geppetto. From a gameplay and design standpoint, the game definitely takes its inspiration from 16-bit side-scrollers, but adds its own unique mechanics. The early levels are pretty straightforward, requiring little exploration, but the final levels are large labyrinths, perhaps with a little Sonic stylings in them. Players can choose to explore the whole levels, or just speed through them to the end of the level. It's actually up to the player to choose what they want to do. Pinobee has the ability to hover, float, and air dash. He dispatches enemies by either jumping on them or dashing into them. When you first start out, you can only dash in the air once, but as you play through the game, running into the fairy adds an extra air dash, for a total of at least 7 dashes by the end of the game. Throughout the game, players collect different number and color cards that can give power-ups like adding more life to Pinobee's life bar or decreasing the damage that enemies do. The cards are kept in Pinobee's item menu, but you can only hold so many, so you sort of have to pick and choose which color and number cards you want to keep. The only problem is, it seems random as to which color or number cards you get throughout the game, and the game is over way too quickly, before you even get to explore what the power-ups do. Getting all 16 cards of one color gives Pinobee the Queen card or something like that, but I've actually still yet to do this as of playing this footage. A neat idea, but made sort of unnecessary due to the short length of the game. Pinobee's 22 levels are well designed with various themes and filled with various secrets and collectibles to find. Players can cruise through the game fast, collect few items, and beat the game in under an hour or two of play, if they choose to do so. However, this will earn them the worst ending in the game. That's right, for a simple side-scroller, there are 6 different endings in this game, and you'll want to go back, find everything, and complete all the levels to get the best one. And that's really when I started to get a lot of extra replay and enjoyment out of this game, when I went back and decided to find and complete everything. The game's storyline is progressed through Pinobee's diary entries he makes after completing each level. But if you look at the top of the screen, the expression on Pinobee's face tells you how you really did in each level, as far as completing it. Each level has a golden enemy to kill because I'm not actually sure why, just something you have to do. But many levels have other side quests you have to do, like flipping a switch that opens a door in a later level, or rescuing crickets. It seems as though there is always something extra or hidden on most levels to find, which is also incentive to go back and replay each level. The fact that you can't reach parts of early levels because you can't dash high enough in the air also gives players incentive to go back and explore everything. I like the fact that Pinobee has sort of a level up system where he gains new abilities that allow him to explore more of the previous levels. Not quite on the level of Metroid, but still incentive enough to return for the completionist gamers out there. Graphically, the game runs smoothly and the pre-rendered sprites are hardly taxing on the PS1 and aren't even on the level of Donkey Kong Country on the Super NES, let alone anything on the PS1. However, I give it some grace knowing that it's a GBA port, and they aren't terrible, However, the game definitely looks better on a standard def television than it does upscaled on the PS3, which is how I captured this footage. The sound effects and music are pretty standard, and the controls work well enough, sometimes feeling a little wonky when doing the mid-air dash. There's pretty much one song that plays throughout the gameplay, and while it's not terrible, it definitely doesn't stand out much either. Also, there are no lives in the game, but from what I can tell, the game offers infinite continues, which restarts you either from the beginning of the level or a checkpoint. You do collect flowers for energy in the game, not extra lives and not life. And the flowers, I guess, as I didn't notice much of a difference, act sort of like the coins in Mario Kart, where collecting them helps Pinobee move faster. They're pretty much just something to collect, just to collect it. The bottom line. With the plethora of fantastic side-scrolling platformers available on the PS1, Pinobee definitely won't stand out or make you forget about any of them. However, in its own right, this is a solid game all around from a gameplay and design standpoint. And found cheap enough, like the $5 I paid for it factory sealed a couple years ago, you definitely won't regret spending time with it either, especially once you gain extra dash abilities and can go back and fully explore all the levels. There are enough secrets, extras, and multiple endings here to keep you engaged for at least one afternoon of play. Far from the best 2D platformer the PS1 has to offer, but still a solid all-around package. This is a good, if not seemingly derivative game, but again, it's the only game ever, that was ported from the Game Boy Advance to the PlayStation 1. And it's actually not a bad playthrough. Okay, so I goobered in the video, rookie mistake. When I said there was one song playing throughout the game, there's actually a variety of songs. They're not actually badly composed, but they're also hardly taxing on the PS1 sound chip, and they don't really stand out, but they're not bad. So, if you want to put me in front of the firing squad for making a goober, I guess I'll stand there and, in front of the firing squad. I'm sorry. I also forgot to mention there are 2 boss battles in this game, but they're both super easy. The game itself doesn't actually even end with a boss battle, which is actually kind of weird. I don't know if that's different, good, or bad.
Deployed.
Battletanx Global Assault follows 5 years after the events of the original Battletanx. A global plague has killed 99.9% of the world's women. Governments around the world started rounding up the remaining women and taking them to secret locations. In the events of the first game, Griffin Spade, a battle lord, leads an army across America to save his kidnapped wife, Madison. Because, in the immortal words of one of the greatest minds of our generation, Duke Nukem,
nobody steals our chicks and lives.
In Global Assault, Griffin and his wife, Madison's son, is kidnapped by an evil Queen Lord because they contain a mystical power known as the Force. The Edge. Or something like that. She kidnapped their son because he has some weird mystical power or something. But honestly, who really cares? The real story in the game is that other tanks be trying to blow you up, so you blow them up first, and blow up everything else that you can possibly blow up along the way. Simple, right? Global Assault is one of those games that I never get tired of playing, despite its repetitive nature. Whether I play the single-player mode, or the plethora of hectic multiplayer modes, the sheer mayhem and chaos in the game never loses its charm to me. This game always puts a smile on my face and is easily one of my favorite Nintendo 64 games of all time. To be honest, I can't quite put my finger on what makes me love the feel of the gameplay in this game so much. I just think that everything works and the game maintains its excitement throughout every mode of play, though some modes are more exciting than others. The single-player story campaign takes players from San Francisco all the way to Germany. I guess we all know by now that every vehicular combat sequel has to be a world tour. It's the law of gaming, apparently. In the quest to rescue Brandon, Griffin and Madison's son, and pushes the story forward with text boxes and pictures. There's a good variety of mission objectives, like kill every enemy while blowing everything up, rescue prisoners, kill every enemy, and blow everything up, get from point A to point B while killing everything and blowing everything up. Simple objectives, yet the gameplay stays engaging. On top of the thrilling carnage that can unfold in the game, especially in the multiplayer modes, there are a lot of destructible environments, in fact quite impressive by N64 standards. I often find myself getting sidetracked trying to blow up all the buildings that I can destroy in the game. There's also a good variety in the tanks, from the flame tank to the light tanks to the mighty Goliath. Each tank handles differently, and some even have special maneuvers you can do with the C buttons, like sidestepping, for example. The tank cannons themselves feel weighty and hefty on the larger tanks in particular, and leave a feeling of satisfaction when you use them against your foes. However, the most satisfying weapons to use are the power-up weapons. In the era where 3DO was churning out Army Men sequels ad nauseum, they not only showcased that they had the ability to use their imagination with the interesting variety of tanks in Global Assault, but also with these side weapons in the game, which are still really inventive and fun to use. On top of your tank's regular cannon, you can pick up a multitude of power-up weapons to be used against your enemies. Possibly my favorite is the guided missile, where you can fire a missile and control it as the camera zooms its view behind the missile, allowing you to murk unsuspecting foes from across the map from the safety of cover. There is also something very satisfying, especially in the hectic multiplayer modes, about laying down a line of bouncing Bettys and listening as the enemies behind you set them off and they rain pain down on their heads. I also love finding the gun buddies and setting them up to shoot at your opponents as well. They're very helpful. Players can even find and deploy a nuke, which has a satisfying screen-clearing explosion. There aren't very many side weapons that are pointless, and each one has a very satisfying feeling whenever you use them against your enemies. Weapons and single player aside, the real reason I always come back to Battletanx Global Assault. It's the multiplayer, stupid. Global Assault has a plethora of multiplayer modes, or, plethora of multiplayer modes for gamers to lose hours to. You can enjoy these modes in their most enjoyable form, with or against friends, or you can even enjoy them alone, allowing the other teams to be computer-controlled bots. Either way, you're going to lose hours to this game if you dive into the multiplayer, and that's what always keeps people coming back. The game offers simple deathmatch, every man for himself, tank wars, which is team deathmatch basically, Battle Lord,
where you prevent the other teams from attacking your base and stealing your chick,
or Queen Lord is what they call them,
while trying to attack their base and steal their chicks instead.
So, basically, it's like high school, or capture the flag, whichever one you prefer. Convoy, where you have to protect a convoy going from point A to point B from the attacking team. Hold'em, where you have to hold on to your chick longer than everyone else, basically hold the flag. Family mode, which is a weird dumbed down controlling version of the game. My guess was so that young children or clueless parents could play along with their kids. And Frenzy, where you have to be the first to collect 10 chicks, or flags, before your opponents do. In general, I mostly stick to the deathmatch modes in the game because
I love when they delve down into pure chaos and exciting mayhem.
My only big complaint about the multiplayer modes are you have absolutely no customization options in the game. Deathmatch is default first to 10 kills and you cannot set it higher. Tank Wars has a 3-minute timer and you can't make it any longer, and there is no way to set up a map rotation. You can either just replay the same map after the round is complete, or you can go back out to the main menu in the game, reselect the mode, and then choose a different map. These aren't crippling flaws by any means, but it does mean that the rounds are over sometimes when they feel like they're just getting started. The Capture the Flag mode is the longest mode to play in multiplayer, especially with 4 teams on the map when you gotta steal all of their chicks. Lack of customization aside, the multiplayer modes are still the star of the show. They're good to pop in the game for a couple of satisfying minutes of play, or to lose even hours to this game, even 3 minutes at a time. Throw at least one other buddy into the mix and you can easily lose a whole night to this game alone. The Nintendo 64 was predominantly that multiplayer gaming console. Yes, Mario, Zelda, and a few others aside. And Battletanx still shines in that department, even in the stiff competition of Nintendo 64 multiplayer games. Graphically, the game looks decent by N64 standards. I am playing this with the expansion pack, as I always have, and with the expansion pack, even in the midst of pure chaos going on in the multiplayer modes, the game runs smoothly. It's been so many years since I have played this split screen, so I don't remember how or if this changes at all with so much as one friend playing. Sorry guys, I just don't have a player 2 in my life. The music is good and fits the action well, but you can definitely tell it has that compressed N64 sound to it. You know, like taking a speaker, throwing it in a metal barrel, and then throwing that barrel into the ocean and listening to a song play. Okay, that's just a bit of an over-exaggeration, but seasoned N64 vets know what I mean. It just has that N64 sound to it. The controls are also simple and very easy to get the hang of. It doesn't take long to get used to moving and aiming at all. Sometimes long-distance shots and aiming can feel a little twitchy, but the controls are the best a game of this type could offer with one analog stick on the controller, and they are comfortable to use.
Friendly fire.
The bottom line! If you are currently collecting or thinking of collecting for the N64 again, or you have been a long-time owner and for whatever stupid reason have not put this game in your collection, look into Battletanx Global Assault. With its exhilarating gameplay, varied single-player, and hectic multiplayer modes, this needs to be in your collection. By my own admission, I actually haven't played the original, even though I plan to pick it up. I've been planning to pick it up for like 20 years. But I do own the sequel, World Destruction League Thunder Tanks, on the PS1 and PS2, which, with its more Unreal Tournament take on things, just didn't recapture the feel of this one. You can look into Thunder Tanks if you want, it's decent, but there is a reason why Global Assault is one of my favorite N64 games of all time. It's awesome. That's why. It's awesome. That's all I gotta say. It's just awesome. Put it in your N64 collection. Do it now. If there was one fan in the 7th generation of home gaming consoles that had no shortage of games to play, it was the first-person shooter fan. From Halo to Call of Duty to BioShock to Borderlands to Fallout and everything in between, the market was oversaturated with shooters catering to all kinds of gaming tastes. Amidst the stiff competition of first-person shooters in the 7th gen and on the PS3 in particular, I find that the one first-person shooter I always return to for hours of play is, oddly enough, Unreal Tournament 3. Even in the years since the GameSpy hosted servers for the PS3 version of Unreal Tournament 3 were shut down, I still find myself popping into this game for the hectic mayhem of bot deathmatches. Perhaps I'm just in the strange minority of gamers out there, but I've always found nearly endless enjoyment out of simple bot deathmatches in the multitude of console or PC shooters that offer them. Whether it be the previous console ports of Unreal Tournament itself, Timesplitters, Perfect Dark, Quake II, or even old Unreal, I find endless enjoyment out of simple things like killing bots. I guess I like it for the same reason online deathmatches are appealing to the average gamer. That is, you can pop the disc in, play a couple of matches, get your fill, and then go on about your day. Or you can play it for hours of fun. It doesn't require much thinking or depth, but you get plenty of simple fun and enjoyment out of bot matches. Taking my love of simple bot deathmatch into account, it may come as a surprise to very few that even with the online mode gone from this game, Unreal Tournament 3 is still one of my favorite first-person shooters on the PS3, which from Fallout to Call of Duty had no shortage of games in the genre to appeal to all kinds of gamers. It sort of fills that Timesplitters void for me in the PS3's library, which is strange considering that the Unreal series has a legacy of its own, and one that is longer and possibly more popular than Timesplitters itself.
Unreal Tournament 3 hit the PS3 in late 2007 and came in guns blazing with its fast and furious multiplayer gameplay.
True to its heritage, Unreal Tournament 3 is essentially just a multiplayer-only first-person shooter. The game tries to disguise this by adding story elements in its single-player campaign, but the single-player mode is just a series of bot deathmatches that bring the player through the multitude of play modes the game offers. On top of your simple deathmatch and capture the flag modes of play, the game adds vehicle capture the flag and warfare modes on big open maps with a variety of vehicles to use. The warfare modes are similar to domination mode types in other games like the Battlefield franchise. Throw in mutators that change things in the game like game speed and gravity, and more, and you have a multiplayer game with nearly endless customization at your fingertips. If you are unfamiliar with Unreal Tournament or even Quake,
Unreal 3's gameplay is pure old school style arcadey goodness that has been fun to play since the dawn
of online deathmatch in first-person shooter games. The key to survival and success lies in memorizing the maps, which have the guns, health, and armor items and power-ups placed in very specific places. The player starts out with the default Enforcer handgun, but will need to acquire bigger, more powerful weapons on the fly, from either where they spawn on the map or from their fallen foes. This is an old school design, but if you're too young to remember Quake or to reference this franchise, Unreal Tournament itself, think of the multiplayer in Halo. Except moving 5 times faster. The old school arcadey style and sheer freedom of movement in Unreal Tournament is what makes it so fun to play. If you've been stuck playing the more modern shooters with a slow-moving player, the freedom of movement in retro first-person shooter games will blow your mind, as the simple movement is faster than the sprint in most shooters today, leading to a lot of disorienting but extremely fun gameplay. Unreal Tournament is pure, fast-paced arcade mayhem with the fast movement, double jumping, and dodging while aiming techniques to boot. On top of the fast-paced, frantic gameplay, you have well-thought-out and balanced maps and a balanced, satisfying arsenal of weapons to use. In fact, a big standout in Unreal Tournament 3 over even the previous versions I have played is that every gun in the game feels extremely lethal to use. Even the default Enforcer, especially with dual Enforcers. Not only do all the guns have a secondary fire function, and who can forget the shock cord, but even do admirable damage to all the vehicles in the game. In fact, the normal unbalance of having vehicles in multiplayer games is made almost null and void, when even the largest vehicles in the game can be taken out with even the Enforcer, which brings balance to the gameplay. It's not that there are no advantages to using vehicles, but coming across one while on foot isn't a hopeless matchup either. The bot AI, with the exception of friendly AI bots in the campaign who are dumber than a box of hammers, are smart enough to give you a challenge, and are almost impossibly good on higher difficulties. If you want to feel like a beast, set them on easier difficulties. But if you want to get unmercifully owned, set them on godlike. The game controls super smoothly, and I find that with the looser analog stick on the PS3, I can play it on a higher sensitivity and still be accurate with things like the sniper rifle. However, it also has full USB keyboard and mouse support for the fastest, most accurate way to control the game, unlike the Xbox 360 version, which only has controller support. When the game was online, players had the option to make a controller-only match, or matches that allowed for both controller and keyboard and mouse play. A moot point now in hindsight, but was a good way to keep the online matches balanced. The graphics run super smoothly and look, well, this game is obviously running on the Unreal 3 engine for obvious reasons. The 7th generation may as well have been called the Unreal Engine. Oh. Okay, that's not very punny, and I'm pretty sure I didn't even think of that one. I probably heard that somewhere else. However, I do remember, anecdotally, that prior to this game's release,
in the fanboy flame wars of the day,
Xbox 360 fanboys marinating forums with the idea that with the PS3's strange architecture when compared to the 360, that it may not even be able to run the Unreal 3 engine. Even though I would quote one of the developers of this game who said the engine ran just fine on the system. Unreal Tournament 3 came out, and I actually, for some odd reason, never saw that rumor pop up again. I wonder why. The bottom line. Even though bot death matches are usually seen as just practice for the final act of online multiplayer, even in its offline form, Unreal Tournament 3 on the PS3 still offers extremely fast, fun, furious bot death matches that I still find incredibly engaging every time I boot it up. I have personally put more hours into this game than I have any other shooter on the PS3, and I will always come back for more, which says a lot considering the complete lack of a single-player campaign. The gameplay is still just so fast, fresh, and in your face that I never missed there not being a single-player campaign, at least not one of note. Adding a story element to bot deathmatches doesn't really count. This is a fantastic game, and it's worth the cheap asking price for the PS3 version. Even in bot deathmatches, Unreal Tournament has not ever not been fun. And Unreal Tournament 3 carries on the series' heritage with style. Seriously, I love this game, and possibly for no good reason. And if you get tired of multiplayer bot deathmatches, you can always play The Ball, which is a Portal-inspired puzzle game, which sees the player moving a giant ball around cleverly designed levels in order to progress to the next area. The game is very well designed, deeply engaging on your problem-solving skills, and has a fantastic atmosphere. Or you can play The Ball Survival, which sees the player surviving wave after wave of hostile enemies that you fend off or kill using the ball. This mode can be extremely hectic, yet still super addictive and fun as you run, jump, dodge, and let the ball do all the murdering. The Ball and the Ball Survival mode are a wonderful addition to Unreal Tournament 3. What's that? You're saying, hold on, 2D. I own or owned this game, and I've never seen the Ball as an available mode. To which I answer, you're right. It's actually not an available mode in the stock version of Unreal Tournament 3. You see, Unreal Tournament 3 on the PS3 was a bit of a historic milestone for console games, as it had and still technically has full mod support, like the PC version does, and it was official mod support from Epic Games themselves. While it's not completely unheard of for modern console games to have mod support, in 2007, it was pretty much unheard of for modern games to have full mod support on the console. Epic actually supplied a toolkit to the PC mod community that allowed them to cook their mods to be PS3 compatible. Not only did this allow for total conversion mods like Snow Reel or The Ball, which actually has a Steam release now if you want to check that game out, but smaller mods like custom levels, different player skins, a third-person mode, and etc. According to a Kotaku article I found whenever I was researching this subject, there was a small but dedicated mod community to the PS3 modding scene. So with something as cool and historic as being able to make or play mods, why didn't this take off and why does no one remember this? According to that same Kotaku article, link in the description, Unreal Tournament 3 itself just didn't take off like previous games in the series. Not even on the PC, but especially not on consoles. My take is, it was an old school shooter released in the generation of modern warfare, and popular gaming taste of the time meant it was destined to be buried by Infinity Ward's juggernaut. As sad as it is that no one remembers Unreal Tournament 3 on the PS3's mod support, there is still some good news. The mods are actually still available. Not on any of the official websites they used to be, but with a quick Google search, I found a Reddit post, linked in the description, where the question of where to find the PS3 mods was posed. And on that post, a user by the name of U23, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, posted a link to his Mediafire page, also in the description, where he has archived all kinds of skins, game types, maps, modes, and more. If you're looking specifically for the ball, which I am playing, it's in the game type folder. However, you'll need to use WinRAR to unzip all 3 files into one in order to get a playable form of the game. Link to the download for WinRAR or RAR in the description as well. So after you've decided which mod you want to load onto your PS3, you have it downloaded onto your computer. Now what? For the transfer, you'll need a USB flash drive. Put the file onto your flash drive, and the slightly tedious part is you can only put one mod on the drive at a time, because they all have the same file name, and Unreal Tournament 3 will only recognize that specific name. User Data Jam, or User Data.jam. Sounds like a really stupid song, but it's the file name that they have chosen. This means you can't load more than one file on the drive at a time, because the drive will rename it to User Data Jam 1, User Data Jam 2, and all that fun stuff, and the game won't recognize them. Then you plug your flash drive into your PS3's USB port, and from the mod browser menu in the community menu from the main screen, hit the square button to install your mod. Rinse and repeat until you have as many mods as you can handle. If the mod is a new game type, go into the Instant Action tab, and in the game mode it will be an option. If it's a map, it'll show up on the map menu. Also, I forgot to mention that before you do this, you will need to download the Titan map pack for Unreal Tournament 3 off the PlayStation Store. Yes, PSN is still up for the PS3 as of making this video. And yes, the map pack is still available. But time is certainly of the essence, because we never know when Sony will finally pull the plug on PSN for the PS3. We all know it's coming sometime in the future. Once you have all the mods and modes of play you like, go on and enjoy one of the coolest, yet nearly forgotten pieces of console gaming history. Full mod support in a game that is still an amazing game on its own merit even without the mods. But how much cooler is it with the mods? And just one final note. Yes, PC gamers all say it. If you want a version of Unreal Tournament 3 that has full mod support and still has online play to this day, why not just buy the PC version and get it all? Why even bother with the PS3 version at all? I'll leave you with my reply. Playing mods on the PS3 version of Unreal Tournament 3 is a really cool feature you can do just because you can.
Son of a bitch! I'm on your team, idiot!
Call of Duty Mediocre Warfare is the fourth game in the mainline Call of Duty canon. Finest Hour and Big Red 1 technically don't count, and blatantly copied Battlefield, which moved to both modern and future warfare before Call of Duty even went modern. The first version of this game I owned was a free copy of the PC version I won off of a GamePro.com offshoot site called OMGList.com, which I later gave to my ex because I'm stupid like that. Simp. The 50-player online matches in the PC version were insanity. However, cutting my losses, I've since reacquired the game on the PS3, and have actually never fully played through the single-player campaign until this last week, for this very review. While the single player was stagnant even for its time, a bunch of overdone scripted crap where the developers pretty much just grab your hand and lead you through the game, little choice rendered to the player, you pretty much just watch each scene of the game unfold and play it in the way the developers want you to play it. In fact, there are times where you can just sit back and watch the gameplay itself, if you weren't constantly being harassed by enemies who try to pretend they aren't all just shooting at you. An illusion they don't even bother with on higher difficulty settings. If one stagnant, overdone side note of design scenes stands out in my mind, it is, oddly enough, the AC-130 gunship mission. Generally, I detest these scenes, and this one is definitely as uninspired as the rest. However, the part I found most interesting is, instead of being based off of some military movie like Black Hawk Down, which seems to have inspired most modern shooter video games, it's actually based off of a real military video of an AC-130 mission in Afghanistan. A video I remember seeing before YouTube was even a thing, and you can actually still find the original video on YouTube. I found it amusing that while Modern Warfare shed the historical World War II skin, they still had an entire scene in the game based off of a real mission in modern history. I found that to be really cool, as I'm sure that millions of people have played the scene and had no idea it was based off of a real video from a real modern war. The story revolves around some bad guy trying to acquire a nuke or something, then branches off to an American Marine who, spoiler alert, dies. Honestly, who cares? Unpopular opinion, I don't actually need my game to tell me a visual story. Super unpopular to say this, but I think that gaming has suffered a lot in design and gameplay innovation since plot became, in some gamers' mind, the most important part of a game. And Modern Warfare is a perfect example of using story as a crutch to disguise mediocrity in gameplay design, and to take a game with 3 hours of gameplay and stretch it out to a 5 or 6 hour game. Now follow me on this, as I'm not saying that a good storyline and good gameplay scripting can't improve a gameplay experience. However, there is a fine line developers need to walk, in my unpopular opinion. Simply put, too much scripting and too much story at the expense of the gameplay is never acceptable. Developers have used these for too long to hide a complete lack of innovation in design and gameplay. Yes, the multiplayer, I'll get to that later, but follow me here. There is a popular opinion I've heard being espoused out there that storyline in a game is what gives the gameplay meaning. And I say that view is actually completely backwards. The gameplay and interactive elements are what give the visual storytelling elements their meaning in video games. Simply put, if I want a great storyline, I'll read a book. If I want great visual storytelling in a medium, I'll watch a movie. To me, the gaming equivalent of good plot in a book or good visual storytelling in a movie is the feeling and emotions you get while playing the game. The true story of a game will always, to me, be in that feeling of playing the game. Truly, that's the only emotional reaction that has ever mattered to me.
It also doesn't help that the average storyline in most modern games just acts as a replacement for an objective screen, like those found in old school GoldenEye. So if you're one of those who says that the story gives the gameplay meaning, as in gives you the mission objectives in the game, then I suppose I can sort of agree. However, those games that have and always will do storylines the best are those games that make the storyline a gameplay mechanic. Games like Deus Ex have such a memorable and engrossing storyline because unraveling all of it requires deeper exploration in the game itself. There's also those story adventure games that the entire gameplay is unraveling the story, and that is story done right within the interactive elements. Some of you might say, what about RPGs? But all of us have played RPGs that we loved because the battle system was deeper and more engrossing than the story behind it. Even turn-based RPGs can't stand on just story alone. Believe me, as someone who used to be a giant RPG addict, owning nearly 50 on the PS1 alone, you grind in the battles a whole lot more than you read text boxes. If the battle system is poorly designed, then the average gamer will just move on to another, more interesting RPG instead. Again, I'm not saying that storyline doesn't add to a game experience, but only when the interactive elements work right. I disagree with a lot of modern reviews that dock a game points for having plot holes. Those really don't matter to me and never really have. However, having gameplay and design holes matters a whole lot more, because a broken game with a great story is still a crappy game. However, a great game with little to no story is still a great game. Perhaps I should have saved this rant for its own video, and Call of Duty isn't the only perpetrator in this regard. However, the 7th gen is the gen that I really started to lose interest in most modern gaming, as I only casually play online anymore and could care less about visual storytelling in games. I've actually skipped most of this generation. I'm still gaming on the PS Wii 60. Games have gotten shinier, but not much has changed from a design standpoint. Plus, anytime I had the money for a new console, something else would always come up and I'd spend it on things like living and eating. Anyway, end rant, because no one plays Call of Duty for its single player anyways. It's the multiplayer, stupid. Of course, I probably need to tell no one that the addition of perks and an RPG leveling system, along with free kills with the kill streaks, was an ingenious addition to Modern Warfare that took a popular series and made it THE series, unseating everything else, including Halo, who was the big game prior to the rise of Modern Warfare. For as cheap as I've always found the addition of perks, aimbot aiming, and free kills through the kill streaks, because those are actually pretty cheap additions when you think about it, making the game feel a lot cheaper and less about skill, and as much as my first impression of Modern Warfare was that it was trying to simulate a match in Battlefield, minus the massive amounts of players or having real humans controlling the helicopters, and doing it with a tiny fraction of players, yes, copy Battlefield without being Battlefield. This is a trend in the Modern Warfare / Call of Duty series. I still actually have to stand back in awe and respect for the larger effect this game has had on gaming, and not just gaming itself, but transcending gaming and becoming a piece of pop culture. I've seen side effects on things like YouTube and the streaming platforms. I've been on YouTube since September 2007, and I actually just passed my 13-year anniversary of the very first video I ever uploaded. Yes, retro YouTube, no copyright hounds, no ad revenue, and videos had to be 10 minutes or less and under 100 megabytes. I mostly came on to watch gameplay samples of games I wanted, and retro gaming channels like, of course, AVGN, but also guys like the Happy Video Game Nerd or Uncle Derek, who does Stop Skeletons from Fighting now, and still releases great content. Actually, I love watching that guy's channel. HVGN in particular inspired me to post the positive sides of gaming, spotlighting hidden or underrated gems. I was all, hey, I'll do that, but what system do I own the most games for? Oh yeah, PS2. Since everyone was already covering the NES ad nauseum, it was an open platform to cover because there wasn't a lot of PS2 gaming samples and gaming footage out there yet, even though it was still alive at the time. I went with a console that was still alive and kicking when I first started posting. However, even though I was in the retro/PS2 scene, which wasn't retro at the time, it certainly didn't take me long to hear about the Call of Duty community on YouTube. You see, not only did Modern Warfare push the Call of Duty series to be possibly the biggest franchise in gaming history, but it also had the good fortune of being released right around the time that YouTube was on the rise, and capture cards became more common for consumers. I have no doubt there are myriads of YouTubers, pro gamers, and now Twitch streamers making a living today because of this game. Montages. Let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit the floor. Commentaries. Yeah, bro, so, like, I'm running these perks here, and, like, the real thing, like, I'm running, like, Juggernaut and, like Sleight of Hand, but, like, I'm actually just playing Deathmatch in, like, an objective-based mode. So, yeah, I mean, so that's why I get, like, these sick kills. I mean, it's not even playing Deathmatch, and everyone's trying to, like, capture this flag or this little spawn point or something, bro, and I'm just playing Deathmatch, so that's why I got this, like, awesome kill streak, bro. Gamers being discovered by pro gamer groups and national clans. Gaming, MCNs, or multi-channel networks, and even Twitch all owe a debt to this game and the later games released in this series. Sure, other games have had their hand in this as well, not to give Modern Warfare all the credit. However, there are so many platforms, gamers, and channels that have been launched on the back of Modern Warfare, and for that, the series actually gets my respect. So as meh, and meh, meh, as this series has always been to me, and how so not even close to being in the Call of Duty community as I am, I can still completely respect the larger effects that have transcended past gaming. I even have a nephew that streams Call of Duty to this day. Link to his Twitch channel and his YouTube channel in the description below. By the way, he's also a much prettier man than I will ever be. I even bought him his Elgato HD60S capture card, despite the fact that I'm still running on a first-gen Hop Hog for my own channel. And he's currently trying out for the Phase 5 clan. I have no idea who that is because I'm such a boomer. The PS3 version of the game is actually still online. In fact, to Activision's credit, pretty much all versions of every Call of Duty game are still online to play. Yes, I know they remade an HD upgrade recently to this game, and you can play that online as well. But it's still really cool that you can still go back to the PSW60 Call of Duty games and enjoy them online. So long as someone isn't running hacks and cheating. Yes, this is an actual problem. Unfortunately, as old as this game is, and all the other PS3 Call of Duty games are, I highly doubt Activision is going to do anything about the hacker problem. So, maybe just run a private room with your homies to avoid this crap right here. Come on, really? You game-ruining slobs. Go finish yourself. Graphically, the game looks good for a 2007 game. COD never had the best graphics for its time, but always made up for it with its smoothness of play. In fact, if there's one thing I can't find any fault in, it's the smoothness of play and the controls. Infinity Ward definitely nailed it, making for a, as Call of Duty fans say, arcadey feel. Aiming, even in its higher speeds, is fast and smooth. And the default control scheme has pretty much become the default control scheme for all shooters since. The movement and feel is somewhere between realism and Quake, and feels great. I know new additions and refinements have been made since the first Modern Warfare, but they're all built on this solid foundation. While movement isn't as free or as fast as Quake or Unreal Tournament, there is still a freeing air about the controls. The voice acting in the game is well done, and the music is iconic. In fact, for as little time as I've put into the series, the menu music brings back a strange nostalgia to me, as I'm sure it does most gamers. How many hours of your life have you spent listening to the menu music alone?
The bottom line, despite the fact that I'm not a big fan of the series, despite the fact that I find the general design in the single player to be stagnant, even for its time, and despite the fact
that this review seems to actually have taken a strange turn to less of a review than a commentary on storylines and the bigger effects of this game on gaming and online video streaming platforms, I will always actually respect Call of Duty 4's place in gaming history. There are those games and series that define whole eras in gaming. Those games that, even if you didn't own, you probably played. For NES gamers, it was Super Mario Bros. For Genesis gamers, it was probably Sonic 2 as the pack-in if you got a Model 2 Genesis like I did. And for the Super Nintendo, Super Mario World, even though mine came with Link to the Past. And the list goes on and on. In every generation, there were those common games that brought millions of gamers together, and we all had the same experience. Those games that pretty much everyone played, and they became that common experience for everyone who partook in that generation. For the 7th generation, that game was Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. It, and its sequels, for better or worse in your opinion, have forever left their mark on gaming, and still continue to do so. If there was one game to define that entire generation of gaming, it was, despite the fact that I don't want to say this, Call of Duty 4. Even if you didn't play 4, chances are you logged hours into one of the COD games on your PS Wii 60. And that makes this game iconic, despite the fact I still think it's stagnant. I hate it. Okay, I don't hate it, actually. It's just kind of there. It's like the John Madden of first-person shooters. But anyway, love the series, hate the series, or fall somewhere in between, kind of like me. Modern Warfare's mark on gaming has forever been cemented in gaming history, and in the minds of gamers. An undeniable achievement unlocked in gaming history. And for that reason, despite the fact that I'm not a huge fan of the series, I will always actually respect its huge achievements in gaming.
was Christmas 1993. My parents bought us a Sega Genesis.
Or, since I already covered this part in my Hyperstone Heist review, I think I'll just show you a clip of that review to cover the background. Christmas Day 1993, my parents blessed us with a Model 2 Sega Genesis, with Sonic 2 as the pack-in title, and our very own copy of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Hyperstone Heist. Previously, I had no idea what a Sega Genesis was. I vaguely remember seeing the Genesis Does commercials on TV, but only knew Nintendo to this point. All I knew was my brother was super excited to get a Sega Genesis, so I shared in his excitement, having no idea what a Sega Genesis even was. The very first Sega Genesis game we booted up was Hyperstone Heist, putting Sonic 2 on the back burner. Upon finally seeing Hyperstone Heist that Christmas morning, for the first time in my life, I noticed graphics. Playing through NES games, I never took the time to notice if one game looked better or ran better than another. Being uninformed at the time, games were just games. Some were more fun than others, but as far as visuals go, it was never a priority in my mind. However, when I first booted up Hyperstone in all its RF switch glory on the tiny TV we had in our room, I marveled and remember saying, "Wow, now games look like cartoons." I was blown away and convinced that graphics cannot look any better than what was before my eyes.
Sonic 2 was the pack-in game for my Sega Genesis, and the other game I associate with one of many next-generation leaps in hardware over the course of my gaming life. Not only was I just wowed with the visuals and the jump from NES to Genesis, but I had never seen any game move so fast in my life. That, my friends, was the power of blast processing! Yes, just some marketing jargon, but seeing Sonic 2 in action brought some credibility to the claim. We played Hyperstone Heist more, but my brother and I would still play the crap out of this game too. Whether it be in the two-player race mode, where he would always win, or playing the single player. Granted, I always had to be Tails, being the younger brother. I have so many fond memories associated with playing this game. I remember the very first time I watched my brother beat the game, a feat that I did not accomplish until my late teens or early 20s without a Game Genie, that is. And we celebrated as the credits rolled. I remember pouring hours into this game using that Game Genie. I know the argument with cheat devices is that they lessen the likelihood of you playing the game again, but I would put in my favorite cheats and play for hours as Super Sonic. I've never actually opened up Super Sonic without the Game Genie as my confession. The closest I have gotten is to the 7th Chaos Emerald before I gave up, but I was so close, at least once. In fact, I loved playing this game with the Game Genie so much, my very first YouTube video ever is footage of me playing Sonic 2 with the Game Genie codes on, in all its grainy goodness now. I have a lot of history with Sonic 2, as I'm sure many of you do too. Fond memories of playing it with my family, and so many hours poured into it over the years. But the strongest memory I have with the game has to do with every time I get to the Casino Night boss battle. So in January 1994, I get back to school. This elementary school I was going to at the time. And I was on the playground and I was talking to another girl at the school who also got a Sega Genesis for Christmas, and we were both excited and we were talking about it, and we were talking about Sonic 2 and how my brother and I at the time could not beat the Casino Night boss at the end, and she said that that's exactly where her and her family were stuck at. And I just remember this conversation. I remember it very vividly. 9-year-old kid talking to another 9-year-old kid. The next school year, we ended up going to different middle schools and stuff. I went to Franklin, she went to Hawthorne. But it turns out the next school year, she ended up dying from a asthma attack. And so, and every single time I get to that boss, I remember her. And actually, I remember that whole I think of her a lot whenever I play this game. And a lot of people think that we're just a bunch of 20-somethings, 30-somethings, 40-somethings trying to
relive some, I don't know, live in an eternal state of adolescence because we're playing games and stuff that children used to do, and we're like adult children. But I think a lot of the reasons that we actually do retro game is because it reminds us of people and stuff in the past. It reminds us of our past. It's not just we were looking at everything with rose-colored glasses. I think it's to me, it was always connecting me to other people, and I'm sure a lot of you can actually understand this. It's some of these games we played as kids, and it brought us together with other people, and we have memories of people that aren't even with us anymore, and I'll never forget her. I'll never forget the lesson that she taught a 10-year-old boy of how life can be gone so fast. So, sorry if I'm sounding like I always wonder, who would she be now, and what would she look like? Would she have kids? Because time doesn't heal all wounds. We weren't like the best of friends, but I'll never forget her. And that's something I always associate, and that's something I always think about whenever I get to this boss. A boss I can beat pretty easily now. But yeah, like I said, it's not just about retro games, it's about people we knew. It brought us together for something, it's conversations. A conversation I had that no one else in the world will ever remember. Whew, okay, so, and with that, I'm gonna try and get this review back on track. But yes, Sonic 2, every single time I get to this boss, I remember you. I will never forget you, Stacy, and I will never forget the lesson that you taught me about life. So if you guys have any friends or family tonight, let them know you value them and appreciate them. Tell them you love them, because you never know. Now with that, back to this review. I have played through this game so many times over the years, and I'm sure that most people watching this have too. Between the 3 to 5 cartridges I have on the Genesis alone, plug-and-play consoles, and countless compilations, I probably own it 10 times over by now, but I never get tired of playing it no matter which version. Like the Sonic Mega Collection Plus version on the PS2 that I used to capture this footage. I suppose I could have just as easily used my original Genesis cart, but my PS2 was already hooked up for capture and more convenient. The Mega Collection version is emulated well. Some sounds aren't quite right, but then again, depending on the game, some sounds aren't the same depending on which Genesis model you're using. Genesis sound emulation has always seemed to be pretty difficult when it comes to people who make either the plug-and-play consoles or just emulators or compilations in general. So what is it that I love about Sonic 2? The controls are perfect and responsive, the music is fantastic and iconic, and seeing Sonic loop through loops so fast the screen can't even keep up with him is a blast. Not a 3D blast. I don't care who you are, that's punny. However, for me, the star of the show is the level designs that give the player a choice. I never play through the game the same way twice, because Sonic's levels are complex and have a ton of alternate paths and hidden areas. In fact, it's a retro Sonic trademark that every level has 10 different ways to get from the beginning of the level to the end. Players can blow through the levels as fast as they want, or they can slow down and find the different paths. The game is linear but also open-ended. There is a deep level of exploration in every level of the game, should you choose to explore the levels thoroughly. I've owned this game for almost 27 years now, and I don't even know if I've seen everything there is to see in each level yet. Also, with my childhood of Game Genie use, jumping super high in the air helped me find other parts of the levels that I never would have found otherwise. Overall, you could spend 10 years playing Sonic 2 and still find new areas. Nothing against classic Mario, but something Genesis does that Nintendo don't, is have their mascot character in a game with so many paths to explore along the way. Not that Mario doesn't have multiple paths, but nothing on the level of Sonic, which is what helped set Sonic apart in the era of mascots with attitude.
another trend kicked off by Sega's mascot with attitude. For Sonic 2, Sega introduced Tails as Sonic's companion. For the most part, Tails, when controlled by the computer, is dumber than a box of hammers. But he does save your butt at times. He also gets you killed, however. His best use is against the Metropolis Zone boss, though, because he's completely invincible. Park Sonic in the corner and fight the boss with Tails. A little tip. Pro tip. Not that I'm a pro. If you get tired of Tails, though, you can always turn him off in the options screen. However, if you get tired of Sonic, you can play through the entire game as Tails. The appeal being Tails jumps slightly higher than Sonic, and he might actually be a little bit faster. It takes me about 45 minutes to an hour to beat this game now, and I still enjoy it every time I play. Maybe it's just nostalgia, but I love this game. One of my favorite scenes in the game is the Tough as Nails last level, a level I dreaded as a child, because I could never beat it without cheating. But the satisfaction of mastering 8 hits against Metal Sonic, and then 12 against Robotnik, oh, okay, Eggman, without any rings and 1 hit, you die, brings an immediate feeling of satisfaction, and yes, even today I almost cheer as Sonic speeds off the exploding ship to the sweet, sweet sounds of victory! The bottom line! I didn't really play the original Sonic. In fact, I'm actually quite terrible at it. I just can't get my rhythm in that game. I didn't acquire Sonic 3 until well into adulthood, so by default, this is my favorite game in the Sonic series. And because it was the pack-in, it might actually be a fan favorite as well. I love Sonic 2. Play it alone, play it with a friend, or play it as Knuckles if you happen to have Sonic and Knuckles on the Genesis, which is still one of the coolest retro add-ons in gaming history. I have so many memories with this one, and I love it. One of the early killer apps for the PS2, Twisted Metal Black took the popular Twisted Metal franchise into a new, darker direction. From the storylines to the arenas and the whole art direction, this game is without a doubt the most twisted game in the series. Not that Calypso wasn't already a pretty messed up guy in the previous games, but this time he raids a local insane asylum for contestants for his latest Twisted Metal tournament. Twisted Metal Black also marked the return to the franchise of members of the team responsible for the first 2 Twisted Metal games on the PlayStation 1. Single Track developed the first 2 Twisted Metal games, but was later bought out by GT Interactive and lost the rights to the Twisted Metal franchise. Sony would then give development privileges to 989 Studios, who developed Twisted Metal 3 and Twisted Metal 4, while Single Track would go on to develop a few lesser-known games like Critical Depth and Rogue Trip Vacation 2012. In 1999, members of Single Track left to form Incognito Inc., which was a part of SCEA's Santa Monica Studios, who would later go on to make God of War. Incog took back the development of Twisted Metal and gave us arguably the best game in this series. I say arguably because my personal favorite is Twisted Metal 2. And more importantly, reinvented the series, which had grown a bit stagnant after the 3rd and 4th releases. Twisted Metal Black has all the classic Twisted Metal gameplay with a great dark atmosphere, and it even added some new things to the formula as well, like new weapons and much larger maps with more hidden areas to find.
This is easily my favorite car combat game on the PS2, not that there is a ton of competition in the genre for the PS2, as car combat games pretty much died in that generation of gaming. Even though my personal slant is towards Twisted Metal 2, I can honestly say that Twisted Metal Black is the crowning achievement in the vehicular combat genre. And later, when Sony released the network adapter for the PS2, it would come with a voucher to get a free copy of Twisted Metal Black Online. Twisted Metal Black Online was a multiplayer-only version of Twisted Metal Black, but was a great freebie for early network adapter adopters. The official servers for the game have long since been taken down, but it still supports local area network play from PS2 to PS2, which requires a network adapter or a slim PS2. You can play it with your friends from multiple consoles, or more importantly, use a tunneling service to play it online to this day. Twisted Metal Black Online isn't required if you want to experience Twisted Metal, but you can still get some enjoyment out of it if you have the right setup. With its dark atmosphere, well-designed arenas, tight addictive gameplay, and reinvention of the series, Twisted Metal Black has earned the honor of being Station Geek's Game of the Month for August 2018. It is truly one of the last great vehicular combat games and the pinnacle of the once popular but almost forgotten genre. When Sony released the PS3 version of Twisted Metal, it came with a voucher for a free download of Twisted Metal Black, but the game is also available to buy digitally on the PlayStation Store. If you missed the hubbub over the vehicular combat in the 90s and early 2000s, or are nostalgic for this game, I wholeheartedly recommend you check it out on your PS3 or PS4 systems.
There was a time in the era of great chaos when the Earth and the Moon were at war with each other. A daredevil from the moon piloted a bizarre aircraft. It was feared, and because of its shape, called Einhander.
So what happens when that Final Fantasy company decides to diversify their portfolio of games and try their hand at the shoot-'em-up genre? Literally, the last genre you would expect to see from Squaresoft. The answer is the PlayStation's most popular and mainstream recognized shooter in Einhander. Their tenure on the PlayStation 1 really saw Squaresoft experimenting and expanding into new intellectual properties in new genres in both the games they developed and published. Outside of putting up arguably their strongest lineup of traditional RPGs ever, they also expanded into publishing games like Tobal No. 1, Bushido Blade 1 and 2, and Urguys. I will never actually know how to pronounce this game's name. Games like Einhander and Chocobo Racing also showed that Square had started to dip their toes into other genres as well. While NES fans will remember games like Rad Racer and 3D World Runner as non-RPG Squaresoft games, Square had pretty much been that RPG company since their release of Final Fantasy. And Einhander is a testament to a time when Square started to branch out more and experiment with new genres. Einhander, aside from being the first polygonal shooter I played personally, is easily the most popular shooter of its type on the PlayStation 1, making its way onto multiple demo discs in its time and getting full-page spreads in magazines like GamePro magazine. It seems as if this was an attempt on Squaresoft's part to break the underrepresented, in the mainstream flow of gaming that is, shoot-'em-up genre into mainstream popularity. An extremely niche genre that had, and in many ways always has been, relegated to the hardcore niche gamers and genre zealots alike. Many of those same genre zealots will be the first to tell you they consider Einhander to be one of the most overrated shooters of all time. As the most mainstream popular shoot 'em up on the PlayStation, their stance is understandable as some people consider this to be the greatest shoot 'em up of all time. Seeing as this is a niche genre with so many incredible underrated offerings over the decades, it is understandable as to why some genre fans don't like this game very much. As even in the PS1's incredibly underrated library of shooters, I wouldn't pick Einhander as my favorite either. That being said, this game still has a lot going for it and is still a great attempt by Squaresoft to break shoot 'em ups into the mainstream market. Chances are if you played no other games in this genre when you owned a PlayStation, you probably at least played the demo of this one. If Einhander is still your favorite shoot 'em up of all time, you still chose well. You should never let genre snobs, something that the shoot 'em up genre has an overwhelmingly high percentage of from my experience, make you feel bad for liking any game you like. And this game still has a lot going for it. Einhander still retains that trademark tough as nails but very intense shoot 'em up genre gameplay. At its core, the gameplay seems pretty basic when compared to other shooters. No big screen clearing bombs, no multiple options to follow alongside your ship, or even an in-game upgrade purchase menu like in Gradius. Einhander is you, your ship, and whatever gun pods you collect off your foes along the way. In Einhander, the core gameplay revolves around collecting and using various gun pods you collect off of fallen enemies, mixed with using whichever ship type you choose to play through the game with. Throughout the game, various enemies drop different guns for the player to equip and use. These gun pods have a finite amount of ammo, so it's up to the player's discretion on how and when to use them. On top of the gun pods, each ship type comes equipped with your standard infinite ammo machine gun, and various gun pod abilities depending on which ship you choose. For example, out of the 3 default ships, there are 2 unlockable types as well. The first just has 2 gun pod slots, one of which replaces your default machine gun. This type uses the gun pods until they run out of ammo and discards them, and is the hardest ship to play through the game with. The second type has only 1 extra gun pod slot, but can store up to 3 pods at once, allowing the player to swap between each pod on the fly, making for a customized type of strategy. Using the right pod at the right time instead of just expending your gun pods at random and trying to hunt for a new one on the fly. The last has dual machine guns and simplified controls and can carry 1 gun pod, making it ideal for beginners to use, and it does more damage with its basic machine gun. Choosing the right craft and the right gun pod for the job is essential to your success in this game. Einhander has a good variety of gun pods to use. Some are really cool, but some aren't effective in every situation. For example, the grenade launcher and the hedgehog are devastating against the bosses, but are almost useless when being swarmed. You can also earn new gun pods throughout the game to equip on your fighter from the beginning of the game, which are re-equipped on your fighter after every death, meaning you don't have to start with just the basic machine gun after you die. Another cool feature in the game is that the bosses and some regular enemies blow apart into sectional portions, so players can go for a larger score and whittle the bosses down into their final state, or just go for the kill, attacking each boss's main damage point. The game also has some cool visual aesthetics that go along with it being a fully polygonal shooter versus a sprite-based one. Nice explosion and colored lighting effects, dynamic camera angle switches that add a cinematic flair to the game, the big bosses sport imaginative designs and are well animated, and the early polygonal graphics hold up nicer to modern eyes than many other PS1 offerings will. The only graphical problem I have with the game is a common problem I find in many polygonal shooters, and that is it is sometimes hard in the colored lighting, explosion effects, and waves of enemies to spot incoming enemy fire, leading sometimes to frustrating deaths from projectiles you didn't even see coming. The game controls perfectly and has no issues, even in bouts of slowdown that do occur. Swapping gun pods is a cinch, and speeding your ship up or down is also simple as pressing a button, which is a plus in the midst of the action. Some fighters may seem more complicated to use in the throes of battle, but that's a practice issue for the player, not really a control issue. The music is also well done, but what would you expect coming from Squaresoft? As for any complaints I may have against the game, I really can't think of any, outside of my own lack of skill at games in this genre. The entire game is solid and has the average learning curve when it comes to shoot-em-ups. Learning the quirks of the gun pods and their best uses and memorizing the level and boss patterns are an integral part of Einhander, as it is in all shoot-em-ups. Honestly, this game plays well, looks good, controls well, and has all the needed intensity for this genre, and is overall a very solid showing in the genre, even though I would agree that there are better shooters out there. All that being said, for being a well-made, well-playing, solid shooter and an admirable attempt to break this niche genre out into mainstream success and to break out past just being an RPG company on Squaresoft's part, Einhander earned Station Geek's Game of the Month for September 2018. Love it, hate it, or fall somewhere in the middle, this is easily the PlayStation's most mainstream recognizable shoot-em-up. Overhyped, glitchy, filled with frame rate problems and design quirks that will turn most gamers off, and released to mediocre to low review scores. And yet, Guerrilla Games' would-be Halo killer still manages to be one of my favorite first-person shooters on the PlayStation 2. The subsequent re-release of the game on the PS3 seems to fix the frame rate issues and runs at 720p, but still retains many of the glitches and all the gameplay quirks of Guerrilla's not quite finished PS2 original. To start, this game has more glitches than you can shake a sea lice at. Frame rate issues? Check. Strange, untextured faces of NPCs that become textured before your eyes? Check. Wonky ragdoll physics that have dead enemies' legs flailing madly in the air? Check. And worst of all, sometimes level-ending glitches, where for whatever reason the game fails to trigger the end of a level when you reach the point where the level is actually supposed to end, sometimes causing you to have to replay entire chunks of the game in order to get a non-glitched level. Major check. Quite frankly, the PS2 version was not quite finished upon its release. It was just mostly finished. Why do I say that the game wasn't finished instead of taking the view of the gaming media at the time, which was, to quote the review in the January 2005 issue of GMR, the same issue they reviewed Halo 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, and San Andreas. But what nobody stopped to consider is if said FPS needs something more than a PS2. And later in the review, the hardware simply isn't powerful enough to consistently process what Killzone wants to do both in single-player and online multiplayer. Essentially, the view was, at the time, that the PS2 just wasn't powerful enough to handle Killzone. So why do I take the stance that Killzone was rushed over the belief that the PS2 couldn't handle the game? The first reason is simple logic. If you are Sony and you are touting Killzone as the PS2's answer to Halo 2, your game should probably beat Halo 2 to the market in an attempt to steal some of Halo's thunder. Utter fail in that regard, by the way. Killzone was simply at the mercy of Halo 2's release date, meaning it didn't get that final layer of polish it needed and was released in good enough state. The second reason I take the stance that Killzone was rushed as opposed to the fact that the PS2 just couldn't handle it is, well, take, for example, Battlefield 2. This game doesn't have quite as much gritty detail in its graphics as Killzone, but has huge open environments and a whole lot of action going on screen, along with 24-player matches online, also in huge open environments. Another good example is Criterion Games' Black, which has all the same kind of gritty detail as Killzone, but runs much better, as well as Area 51 from Midway, which gets my vote as possibly the best looking shooter on the PS2, which also runs smoother, and it had insanely fast 8-on-8 multiplayer mayhem online, and it didn't sacrifice frame rate or graphical quality to have it. Later games proved that the PS2 was quite a bit more capable than the reviewers of Killzone gave it credit for. The PS2 was far from the most powerful system of its generation, but it was certainly capable of running Killzone a lot smoother than it does, had the developers had just a little bit more time to optimize it to run better and to polish out its glitches. Those looking for a much smoother version of the game, however, should look into the PS3 re-release on the Killzone Trilogy Collection. While certainly not glitch-free in itself, it runs better at a higher resolution and controls better as well. However, even in the PS3 version, there are certain design quirks that, all glitches aside, may still turn off a lot of gamers from this game. To start, the default control scheme sucks. It actually really sucks. The defaults weren't good even for when the game was first released. I've never used them, because to Killzone's credit, the game actually allows you to remap every button on the controller. The only caveat comes when adjusting the aiming speeds with a very touchy and imprecise bar in the options screen. I've never been able to adjust the aiming in the game to a perfect level, but I've gotten it close enough. However, the ability to remap all the buttons to the player's preference is a feature that even modern developers still haven't figured out is actually a good design choice. That way, if you don't like the controls, you can change them. Another strange quirk is the animation sequence whenever you swap guns. I guess the animations were added to add to the shaky look of the game, maybe for immersion. I'm not really sure actually. However, every time you swap your guns, you are greeted with a shaky animation of your character racking around in their firearm. This seems like a nice stylistic design choice at first, but it defeats all practicality in the middle of a gunfight, where swapping weapons is delayed by the animation of pulling your weapon out. This short animation sequence is responsible for countless deaths in the game, in those situations where seconds count. This, however, is where a glitch in the game actually works in the player's favor. Players can cancel out this animation sequence by tapping the sprint button whenever they swap to the next gun. This allows the shotgun in the game to be fired in almost semi-automatic fashion. However, the one animation sprinting doesn't cancel out has to do with the secondary fire on the Hellgast rifle and the ISA rifle. Using the secondary fire sees your character automatically reloading the secondary fire function without your consent. This animation sequence leads you to be a bit more strategic with your secondary fire functions, but also leads to very many deaths in the game. Fire and move, that's really the only strategy I can give you. There are more strange quirks in the game, but I don't have time to list all of them. I'll just touch on a few others. For example, when you first start playing the game, the Hellgast screams are incredibly annoying. This is more prevalent in the PS2 version, where the screams are louder, over the PS3 re-release where they aren't quite as loud, but the Hellgast screams in the middle of battle come off as really, really annoying at first. Oddly enough though, with enough playtime, they do kind of grow on you and you end up not minding them at all. However, anyone listening to someone play this game in the background is going to find this game to be completely obnoxious. For whatever reason, the developers decided to make the sniper rifle have some of the worst controls this side of GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64. When zoomed in, the rifle scope has a very severe degree of look spring, where the scope wants to spring back right to the middle of the screen when you take your finger off the analog stick. It's almost as if Guerrilla took a look at all the sniping systems in every other contemporary first-person shooter at the time and said, "Hey, this works, let's fix it." The sniping controls a lot better in the PS3 version with its looser and more accurate analog sticks, but in the PS2 version, I always find it used better as a no-scope, one-shot kill tool. An attempt to be different and stylistic in nature makes the sniping mechanic in the game very cumbersome. The AI in the game could have been a bit better as well. The enemy AI fluctuates between dumb enough to let you walk right up and murk them, to quite harassing with superior accuracy. Sometimes they're dumb enough to take cover in the open, and other times they do a good job of moving and popping up to fire at you. Enemy AI is inconsistent, but they make up for it by being bullet sponges who can bullseye your character from half a mile away with a handgun while running at full sprint. Friendly AI, however, fares much, much worse. As the story in the game progresses, new allies come on board as playable characters in the game. The 3 other characters you don't choose to play as fight alongside you the whole time, and their AI is about as intelligent, well, as a potato. Luckily, the developers made them completely invincible, and they generally do a decent job of not blocking your path. And hey, they do occasionally kill an enemy here and there. There are a few other small quirks I could choose from, like, for example, in playing the PS3 version, I realized that some of the movements in the game were purposely made sluggish, meaning that sometimes what we would mistake as frame rate issues were actually done on purpose. However, without getting too nitpicky on the game, I'll shift my focus to the parts that, once I was able to look past the glitches and strange design choices, still make Killzone one of my favorite first-person shooters on the PS2. I like the gunplay in the game. I like that despite it being a sci-fi game, all the firearms are the traditional rifle types. The only firearm I'm not too fond of in the game is the shotgun, which has a weak spread pattern. The secondary fire shotgun on the Hellgas rifle has a much better pattern and is far more effective. That's another thing I missed in Killzone 2, the fact that many of the guns in the original have a secondary fire function. While the automatic reload of the secondary fire function can be a pain, there's something about feeding a Hellgas soldier a face full of buckshot that brings a smile to my face. I also find myself in this game being very light on the trigger. Unless I'm at point blank range, I find myself shooting burst shots instead of dropping the full hammer on enemies. I'm not sure why I do this outside of the fact that it makes for more accurate distance shooting. One of the most accurate guns in the game is the Hellgas version of the light machine gun. Shot in burst, it's super accurate from a distance and has plenty of ammo to dispatch enemies that get in your face. The accuracy of other rifles in the game also depends on which character you choose to play as. Templar is the basic vanilla guy. He is the most accurate with the ISA rifle. Luger is the sneaky assassin, more accurate with distance weapons, and who has the ability to crawl into vents and climb certain wires in certain levels with branching paths. Rico is the loudmouth musclehead, whose chain gun is one of the most devastating guns in the game. That's messy, man. Haka's specialty is the Hellgas rifle, as he's the most accurate with it. He also has the ability to walk past Hellgas mines in certain levels that have opportunities for branching paths as well. That's another aspect of the game I like, but I wish they would have developed further into. The branching paths available for each character. Unfortunately, there are only certain levels in the game that allow Luger or Haka to take separate paths from the rest of the team. The exception being the final level where each member splits up, and depending on which one you choose will have a different route. There are some things that change in each level depending on which character you use, but I wish this was offered in every level in the game, thus giving players more incentive to go back and replay every level with each character. Perhaps that would be expecting a little bit too much out of a standard shooter, but I still wish Guerrilla took more opportunities to add more branching paths. I'm not talking something as complicated as Deus Ex, but it definitely would have added to the replay value if they developed a little bit more into the branching paths idea. Another seemingly strange aspect about the game that I like is the fact that your squad is on foot the entire time. Maybe it's by design choice, or maybe the engine was too chuggy to handle what I call the "Hey you" sequences. Killzone doesn't force you into driving any vehicles, doesn't force you into a rail shooter sequence, and doesn't force you into any of the overdone, poorly designed, stagnant, epic, crappy, non-first-person shooter sequences that were already overdone and boring even by late 2004 standards for first-person shooters. How much more stagnant and uninspired are these scenes when developers still use them in modern shooters? There are times where you will mount a turret and a new wave of enemies comes in scripted fashion, but you actually don't have to get on the turret if you don't want to. The game never forces you into a high production value waste of time scene where you're just driving a vehicle because the game designers couldn't think of anything better to stretch the gameplay out with. By comparison, Killzone's memorable scenes feel a lot more organic in nature. Perhaps this is just me on my soapbox, but ask yourself, in the last 10 years, if you've played a lot of single-player campaigns and shooters, what were your least favorite scenes in each game? Were they levels you just couldn't stand? Or were they the scenes where the developers grabbed your hand and you found yourself playing a filler scene where you were playing a crappy version of Panzer Dragoon or driving some pointless vehicle? Again, maybe these scenes aren't in Killzone because the engine couldn't handle them, but the game is all the better for not having them. They were stagnant design choices even by the time Killzone was released. Now that I'm off my soapbox, I must say that I also really like the art direction in Killzone. I've described it before as World War II meets sci-fi in its art direction. The heavy use of filters and washed out colors in the environments creates a visual aesthetic that is still pleasing to look at to this day. This is also why Killzone took such pretty screenshots, which got PS2 fanboy types super hyped over the graphics in the game, heralding it as a Halo killer. I know the general consensus is that in order for developers to get anything out of the PS2, they had to use a lot of washed out colors and a lot of screen filters, and there might actually be something to that. But the effect of which leaving games like Killzone and even Shadow of the Colossus with unique atmospheric art directions that still set them apart to this day. Frame rate issues and glitches abounding, Killzone's art direction is still the star of the show when it comes to graphics. The engine may chug along, but the art direction steals the show visually.
My people, sons and daughters of Helgan, for many years we have been a broken nation, shunned, oppressed, and conquered by those we sought to escape. 10 years ago, I asked for time, and that time was granted by you. You, the strength in my arm, the holders of my dreams.
The voice acting in the game is also spectacular. For all the other flaws in the game, Guerrilla didn't skimp on the voice acting. The music likewise is also spectacular and epic in nature. It doesn't play during gameplay, just during the cutscenes. But the Killzone theme, especially, is still iconic in nature. There's no mistaking the Killzone theme for anything else. The PS2 version was online when it first came out, but the servers have long since been taken down. The PS3 version doesn't offer an online mode either, but both versions offer some decent bot deathmatch for up to 2 players. Playing the bot deathmatch definitely makes me reminisce about playing the PS2 version online. Oddly enough, I don't have any archived footage of me playing the game online on my external hard drive, but you can find around a decade-old footage of me sucking at this game online on my channel if you look hard enough. I guess I wasn't completely sucky at this game online. It was more in how the other people who played it online played it that kind of made it a little sucky. Essentially, the other players would just find the explosive weapons and go for cheap kills. If you got tired of explosives, you had to label your room as bullet only because you couldn't ban the explosive weapons. And then you'd have to rely on the honor of other players not to use those weapons, which sometimes worked, but it only ever took one troll, and all that went out the window. It's not that I didn't put my share of hours into the game online, but Killzone was always a good secondary online title, whenever I got tired of playing Delta Force Black Hawk Down online, which by this time was eating up all my online hours, even more so than SOCOM, Battlefield 2, Killzone, Battlefront, and the Call of Duty games combined. To me, Killzone just catered to cheap play. But that wasn't the only issue with the game online. Do you remember in SOCOM how you could create your own game and enter a map rotation? And even if you left the game you created, other players would keep it going and you could re-enter the game later if you chose to. Killzone would let you create your own game, but after the round was over it would kick everyone in the room back out to the main lobby. Even if you liked the people you were playing with, you couldn't add a map rotation to your room in order to play indefinitely. The bot matches fill a little bit of the void of not playing this game online anymore, and they have all the modes that no one ever played online because deathmatch will always be the most popular mode, and domination and assault modes were always left in the dustbin. The bot matches aren't Unreal or Timesplitters good, but you and a friend can lose some good hours to them if you choose to. The bottom line. Halo killer? No. Unfinished, glitchy, and strange design choices? Absolutely. Good gunplay, cool art design, and some good bot matches? Yes. Now that online is no longer a factor, I would suggest the PS3 version to anyone interested in playing this game, but outside of a smoother frame rate and slightly better controls, the PS2 version and the PS3 versions offer the same experience. It mostly matters on which system you are collecting for, because either version is a good playthrough. Killzone is not my outright favorite shooter for the PS2 and especially not for the PS3, but I've always found the positives in the game to outweigh the negatives. If you're a fan of the genre and have still yet to play this game, I say give it a chance. You might get some good enjoyment out of it.
Shooting. Good shooting. Ammo out. No! Not Johnson! He was only a boy!
Prior to 1997, I didn't own a PlayStation and never had regular magazine subscriptions, so I was not a very well-informed gamer at the time. There was no internet at my house either, so most of my gaming knowledge came from renting games. So it's not hard to understand why my knowledge of pre-1997 PS1 gaming still has some holes in it. It's also not hard to understand why I had no idea of Robotron X's existence until about a year ago, seeing as it was a 1996 release for the PS1. However, I didn't run right out and order the game. I've actually only owned this game for about 3 days now, and without exaggeration, a game I have owned for a mere 3 days has already become one of my favorite games for a console I've owned for a little over 2 decades now. Robotron X brings the gameplay from Midway's classic 1982 arcade release, Robotron 2084, and brings it beautifully into the 3D era of gaming. The general gameplay mechanics of the game are identical to Robotron's seemingly more popular younger brother, Smash TV, where you move with the D-pad and handle directional shooting with the face buttons. For example, to shoot up, you hold triangle, to shoot right, you hold circle, and to shoot diagonally, you hold a combination of 2 buttons at the angle you are aiming for. With the simplicity of the controls and the simplicity of the concept, kill everything and save members of the last remaining human family for points, and kill everything, the big question with Robotron isn't how do you play this game. The big question is how do you stop playing this game. You would think with the simple objectives, small simple levels, and repetitive nature of the game, Robotron X would get very old very quickly. However, for some reason this game just doesn't get old for me. As simple as just adding a few new enemies and stage obstacles seems, it really does make each level feel different from the last. However, it's not the level designs that make this game so fun, it's the thrilling feel of the gameplay, and all the things that happen in between that makes this game a blast to play. What really makes this game so great is the feeling of playing it. The player moves really fast, dies in one hit, and has to survive waves of baddies while trying to rescue the last human family on Earth, rolling this game into a very intense experience overall. At first, you may find yourself hiding on the edges of the playfield, scared to enter the middle of the field due to the hordes of baddies that lie in wait. However, once you learn how to run the middle of the map, the game finally clicks, and the addiction takes off from there. This is a game that the high points in the game come not from stupid, scripted story elements, overdone, overproduced, bad storylines that aren't interesting, but from those unscripted moments that happen during the gameplay. For every time you throw your hands in the air and say, "What the heck just killed me? How did I just die?" you'll almost equally say, "How the heck did I just survive that?" There is something so satisfying about successfully navigating through hordes of baddies, dodging enemy fire, and successfully running through gaps to dodge touching foes that gets you into that hardcore gaming focus. You get in the zone. On the flip side of this, one death, and there will be many, can throw your focus off and lead to many more, knocking you out of the zone as you try to regain your composure and get back into beast mode. That brings up another high point I experienced while playing. Those times when you're down to your last 3 lives, stuck in a tough level and are close to giving up but somehow manage to recover from the deficit and earn back enough lives to confidently continue on to the next level. It's really hard to narrow down all the high points and all the thrills of playing this game. There are just so many, and this is a game you have to experience to fully understand. No matter how hard the game can be, even playing on easy like I am, call me sucky if you want, I don't care, you'll find yourself constantly saying, "I'm just going to play one more level," and then after that, just one more, and then after that, just, well, you get the idea. Graphically, the game is simple visuals and small maps, but the sheer amount of action going on the screen is beyond impressive, considering the PS1 hardware that is. Slowdown does occur, usually once the arenas with texture map floors come into the fray. However, the sheer amount of action on the screen required for it to show up is up to the point of insanity, where I would be more surprised if there was no slowdown at all. The game remains perfectly playable during these bouts of slowdown, so it really doesn't mar the experience at all. The camera follows the action perfectly, with the only hiccup being that it zooms in whenever you move up to the top of the playing field, and then slowly zooms out when you move to the bottom, leaving the potential for you to accidentally run right into an enemy you didn't know was there. However, the game does offer a top-down camera angle, which actually makes for a just as viable way to play it as the original camera view. This trims the fat presented in a lot of other early 3D games, which offered a ton of useless angles. The sound effects are pleasing and reminiscent of the classic 80s style gaming, and I really like the electronic music in the game. On the rare chance that I had enough time to slow down and listen to it, that is. The controls are also tight and responsive. No complaints to wage there. They do everything you want them to without delay. The only complaint more modern gamers may have, or Robotron purist types may have, is that being released before the dual analog controller or the DualShock, there is no analog support for this game. However, the use of the face buttons more than compensates for the lack of the arcade original's dual stick setup. There is also an option to save your game at every level by simply pausing the game, which is a nice touch so you don't have to lose your progress. The only big downside I can see with the game is that though there is a 2-player option, it's not simultaneous play, which would have been so awesome had they been able to pull it off. Instead, players take turns like we used to in Super Mario Bros. However, this is a small complaint considering how good this game is. The game also doesn't have a period of invincibility when you die, so you can die multiple times in a row, and will even sometimes respawn you right on a level hazard for an instant unfair death. The bottom line. I haven't even owned Robotron X for a week, and it's already one of my favorite PS1 games. This is how retro remakes are supposed to be made. Maintaining the intense gameplay of the arcade original, but successfully translating the gameplay into the 3D era of gaming. This game is easy to learn, really hard to put down, and very cheap to pick up, scoring my copy for under $10 with shipping. If you've overlooked this one like I did, I highly recommend you pick it up. Seriously, I already love this game. And a final note, I actually ordered a copy of the seemingly better-known Robotron 64 at the same time I ordered Robotron X on the PS1. However, it's still in the mail as of me making this video. I've read a little bit here and there on what the changes are from X to Robotron 64, but I do look forward to seeing if there are any significant changes or improvements. However, I can already guess that Robotron 64 is probably also just as worthy to pick up as well, and I will preempt it by recommending it to N64 gamers ahead of time, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to love this game too. And sure enough, I just went out and checked my mail after making the video and doing all the voiceover work for the video that you just watched, and there was Robotron 64 sitting in my mailbox. I've only really just kind of playtested it for about, 25 to 30 levels, and I can already tell you that this is also another spectacular game. But I can also say this. The PS1 and N64 versions of the game are actually different enough that I actually recommend looking into both of them if you have the option. The N64 version seems to use the PS1 version as inspiration for some of its level themes and design and setup, but it actually has quite a bit of a different feel, I'd say. But both are really good, just kind of different but kind of the same. I know that's not very descriptive, but seriously, the N64 version, look into this one too. I've been on a bit of a Robotron kick lately. A couple of months ago, I picked up Robotron X on the PS1, Robotron 64, and even recently discovered Centipede Infestation on the Wii, which despite having the name Centipede, is a blatant throwback to Robotron in its gameplay style. Robotron 64 is a semi-port of the PS1's Robotron X to the N64. By semi-port, I mean it uses some of the same level themes and even some of the gameplay stylings of the PS1 version, but puts them in a game that feels almost completely different at times. For those unfamiliar with the Robotron series, the original Robotron 2084 hit arcades in 1982, and was a twin-stick shooter using one stick to move your character and the other to handle directional firing, and is an extremely challenging yet extremely addictive classic arcade game. It's one of the kinds of games that no matter how abysmally you play, nor how quickly you die, you always find yourself coming back for more. Without a doubt, a classic. Robotron 64 carries on those same addictive traits first seen in the original arcade game, then brought into the 3D era of gaming with Robotron X on the PS1, and then sort of ported to the N64 from the PS1 version, even if they are two completely different yet similar games. It never matters which version of Robotron you play because all of them are fantastic and incredibly addictive. According to the official GameSpot review of this game, the N64 version almost didn't get released. In their paltry review of Robotron 64, they said, and I quote, "In December of 19..." Sorry, that's actually my mainstream media quotation voice right there. I honestly have to say it like this, sorry. "In December of 1996, Robotron X was released on the PlayStation. This polygonal take on the Robotron series was decent, but was also incredibly easy and, yes, even tedious." I completely disagree with this, by the way. Robotron X on the PS1 is hardly easy unless you play it on easy, and though, yes, it may seem tedious at first, is still completely addictive and keeps you hooked. The quote continues, "Midway promised that the N64 version would follow soon after, but weeks turned into months and eventually Midway dropped the project. Crave Entertainment picked up the project, dusted it off, and released it over a year later." Though the same developers who created X on the PS1 also developed Robotron 64, Player One Studios, I believe is what they were called, it has a completely different feel from the PS1 version, yet still that same classic feel of Robotron at the same time. When I did my review of X, some comments complained that Robotron 64 was too easy, and it does feel pretty easy at first, but does gain in hardness as time goes on, and the gameplay is just as engaging and addictive as other versions. I was able to beat this game on normal difficulty setting with some difficulty. It still has a good challenge to it, especially if you up the difficulty setting. The basic concept of Robotron 64 is the same as all other versions. Players wander these small arenas killing hordes of enemies trying to kill them, while trying to save Mom, Dad, Little Mikey, and Grandpa, the last remaining human family on Earth, from destruction. The enemies have a good variety to them, from the invincible Hulks who cannot be destroyed yet hunt down members of that last human family, the giant brains, and even the large boss battle at the last level. The frenzied gameplay of Robotron 64 tests your quick reflexes, dodge ability, and on-the-fly strategy in trying to save members of that family. Eugene, the main character, dies in one hit, making things all the more intense, and the gameplay gives you an overwhelming sense of excitement. As I said in my previous review of Robotron X, with the simple concept of Robotron 64, kill everything, save the humans, and kill everything, and these simple controls, the real question isn't how do you play Robotron 64? The real question is how do you stop playing Robotron 64? Robotron 64 has the same addictive qualities of a game like Gauntlet, where it's very hard to put your finger on it that, despite its repetitive nature, the game still draws you in for just one more level. And then after that you say, how about one more level? And then, okay, this one will be the last one, I promise. Putting this game down is really hard to do once you pick it up. which is the sign of a true classic. The N64 version has two control setups that work really well for this game in order to mimic the twin-stick controls of the arcade original. The first sees players moving with the analog stick and handling directional shooting with the C buttons. The second option allows players to dual-wield N64 controllers, using the analog stick on the first for movement and the second for directional shooting. This takes a little bit of getting used to at first, but is no more difficult to get the hang of than the nunchuck was for the Wii. I generally found myself using the C buttons as I have very little experience with the actual arcade original and more experience with games like Smash TV on the Super NES, but I also found the dual-wield analog play to be just as functional in the game as well. The controls are responsive and I have no complaints to wage there whatsoever. Graphically, the small arenas allow for a ton of action on screen with a completely solid frame rate, but the enemy models support less textural detail than the PS1 version did. The N64 version also seems to run a little bit slower than all other versions of the game, even on the highest speed setting, making dodging a little harder in this one. But the game still manages the same intensity of Robotron X at times. The game offers multiple camera angles, but all of them outside of the arena angle are unplayable, as even the classic top-down angle is zoomed in too far to be playable. The techno beats in the game fit the action well, and are another highlight of the game. I really enjoyed them, and the sound effects fit the retro vibe of the game very nicely. If I have one complaint against Robotron 64, it's the same one I levied against Robotron X in my review of that game. And that is, though there is a two-player multiplayer option in the game, it isn't two-player simultaneous play. Instead, both players take turns playing like old-school Mario. While I can't fault the game for what it doesn't have, a 2 to 4 player option for the N64 version of this game would have really rocked. That being said, with the dual controller option in the game, you could technically modify it into a 4-player game in the 2-player mode, with teams of 2 taking turns, one player controlling the movement and the other shooting with the second controller. Better than nothing, I guess, but 4-player simultaneous play in Robotron 64 would have been epic! The bottom line! With its simple concept but classic, addictive, and frenzied gameplay, I see Robotron 64 as a must-buy for N64 owners. This game never really gets old despite its repetitive nature. There's just something in the gameplay that will keep you playing for all 200 levels of the game and returning again even after you have completed it. This is more than just a simple retro reboot, it's also one of the best N64 games out there. For the last week or so, I've been playing my Atari 7800. The 7800 is an interesting system. Not only is it backwards compatible with Atari 2600 games, but has its own library of games, including upgraded ports of classic Atari games like Asteroids and Centipede, but also has games like Choplifter, Xevious, Dig Dug, Pole Position 2, Dark Chambers, and Robotron 2084. The Atari 7800 also has this incredibly fun little game, almost exclusively for it. Released in the arcades first and then ported to the Atari 8-bit computer and the Atari 7800 later, Food Fight follows the exploits of a kid named Charlie Chuck. No relation to the Chuckwagon, I assume, who, according to the game's manual, loves to eat more than anything else. So when the carnival came to town, Charlie Chuck headed straight for the food fight contest, because nothing shows off your love of eating food more than wasting tons of it in a gladiatorial contest of throwing it at other human beings. Food Fight is a single-screen game where the whole point is to traverse each level to eat an ice cream cone on the other side of the screen, within the 32-second time limit before the cone melts. Charlie always starts on the right side of the screen, and the cone is always on the left side of the screen. The objective sounds simple. However, in Charlie's way of victory are 4 ill-tempered chefs, Angelo, Oscar, Zorba, and Jacques, who do a very good job of harassing Charlie on his quest for the cone. In Food Fight, the ammo in the game are the piles of food stacked randomly in each level. Charlie can hold one item of food at a time, so he must acquire more from the piles strewn throughout the map. This means that players have to make every shot count. One shot, one kill, because Charlie can only hold one item at a time, so missing that one shot can leave players frantically scrambling to the next pile of food. This gives the game a good amount of intensity. Add that to the one-hit deaths where Charlie can lose the match if he is touched by an adversary, hit by food, or falls in a manhole, on top of the limited amounts of ammo in each food pile, with the exception of the infinite watermelons, which never run out of ammo for some reason. The fact that the game speed seems to increase every 16 levels or so from my counting, completely randomized levels so you never play the same level twice, and you have a recipe for a game that, despite its simplistic concept, is exhilarating, addictive, and one of my favorite games, if not my favorite game I own, for the Atari 7800 so far. You start the game by choosing your difficulty level, and after that you can choose to skip up to level 16 right from the start if you want to. Once you get past level 16, the game remembers your level progress. So, should you get a game over and end up back at the title screen, you can skip right back to the level you were on. This means that with enough perseverance and focus, Food Fight can be beaten. If there actually is an end to the game, that is, and your cart doesn't just, say, randomly freeze up on you at level 59, thus killing your progress in the game. Not that that's what happened to me. Honestly, I have no idea if this game has a set number of levels or is just an endless loop. As with the way it is set up, there are endless combinations of level possibilities. As I alluded to earlier, every level in Food Fight is completely randomized. In fact, you never play the same level twice in this game, even should you have to continue and thus replay the same level twice. As you get further in the game, the AI difficulty ramps up as quickly as the game speed does, which amps the tension up in the game. Even on mere intermediate difficulty as I am playing on, as you get further, your 4 ill-tempered adversaries pose all the more threat on your quest for that ice cream cone. In fact, I swear in the later levels these fools are cheating with the Turbo Touch controller. The game gets very tense very quickly and is quite hair-raising as a result. Food Fight has a Robotron-esque quality to it, where the best parts of the game come in those moments you never see coming, and the feeling of tension that comes as the game speeds up, and the AI gets harder. Some of the best high points in the game come in those times where you swear you're a goner and have no chance to win, but somehow manage to scrape through with a level victory. On the same note, there are those times where you swear you are home free, a split split second away from victory, only to be hit with a piece of food right at the goal. With the 4 against 1 odds, the game keeps you feeling as if your back is against the wall, which makes victory all the more sweeter than the ice cream cone goal at the end. The gameplay comes down to simple but pure fun. This is a great exclusive for the 7800. There is also some strategy to be had in the game. Learning how to dodge on the fly is imperative to being successful, as is making your shots count. The game also allows players to carry food on to the next round should they have any in their hands when they reach the ice cream cone. There's even some strategy in trying to lead your opponents with projectiles in order to hit them in the right timing. Mind you, I completely suck at every single one of these, but the game forces you to adapt and form these strategies under fire. And with enough play, I did see my skill level at the game improve quite a bit. Another good tip I can give beginning players is, if you are struggling with this game on the lower difficulty settings, shift the difficulty to expert mode and try to survive a couple of rounds before shifting it back to the difficulty level you were on. Learning how to survive this game on the hardest difficulty will help give you an edge on the lower difficulty settings. Graphically, the game certainly isn't the most complex I have seen, even on the 7800, but it does run well, and you can make out the various food projectiles and the character models pretty well as well. The 7800 certainly wasn't as capable as the NES or Sega Master System, but the game runs smoothly, and even has some nice touches, like having Charlie's head point in the direction you are moving or aiming. I only made it to level 59 in this footage before the game froze up on me, but I don't remember seeing any slowdown, even when the game speed amped up dramatically. Granted, there might have been some, but I didn't have time to stop and notice in the white-knuckled throes of food battle. The music in the game is used sparingly, and the sound effects are par for the course in Atari gaming. The 7800 used the exact same outdated sound chip as the Atari 2600, so sound and music were certainly not its strong points. That being said, the sounds in the game are decent with a retro flair, with the longest clips of music being played during the cool instant replay segments that play when the player does exceptionally well in a level, which is actually a pretty cool effect, all things considered. The game controls well with the 7800 joystick, however for this footage I am using a Genesis 3-button controller which the 7800 recognizes as an Atari 2600 joystick. The Genesis controller works on quite a few 7800 games, just not the ones that use both action buttons, and it only recognizes the D-pad and the B button on the Genesis controller. However, like your Super Nintendo fanboy friend who came over to play Sega Genesis in the 90s, the 7800 has no idea what to do with the glorious Genesis 6-button controller. But the 3-button controller works well on those games that recognize it. It may be the second best way to play Genesis games, but as a Nintendo brat who grew up in the age of the D-pad, it is my favorite way to play Atari 2600, 7800, and even ColecoVision games that work with it. The bottom line! If you're one of the few who owns or is interested in collecting for the Atari 7800 Pro system, Food Fight is definitely one of the best games I have found for the system. Not only is it pretty much an exclusive, its edge-of-your-seat action will have you gripping your 7800 joystick for dear life.
If you're interested in the 7800 beyond its backwards compatibility with 2600 games, Food Fight needs to be in your collection. And like most of the games for the system, this game actually won't cost you very much to pick up, as collecting for the system isn't even close to as expensive as collecting for most retro consoles is. In fact, I like Food Fight so much it's actually in my intro video. Right after Guardian Heroes. If you look really quickly, it's there. It's there. I swear it's there. Look into Food Fight if you have a 7800 or are interested. This should be one of the first games you pick up. It's fun, it's simple, and it's fun. Most important of all, need I repeat the simple fact that it's fun. Pick it up. Though it's simply named Ninja Warriors in the US, this is actually the sequel to the original Ninja Warriors, known as Ninja Warriors Again. When I first picked this game up, I dismissed it as just another decent but limited beat-em-up. You see, I broke one of my own rules and did something that I complain about other people doing. I didn't take the time to learn the game before making an assessment about it. However, I did eventually come back to this game and got the bright idea, which are few and far between with me it seems, that maybe, just maybe, there was more to the game than I previously thought. So I took a trip to Game FAQs to read a move FAQ, and sure enough there were a number of special moves available in the game that I had no idea about. Granted, my copy didn't come with the book, so thankfully there was an FAQ for the game. Imagine my surprise when the original writer of that FAQ actually commented on my original Underrated Gem video of this game I posted back in 2009. Once you finally learn the game, you find there's a lot more depth to its fighting system than at first glance. Each character is unique and has their own unique set of attributes and special moves to master. Once you get going though, you'll be hooked. If you're a fan of the genre like I am, this is definitely a great beat 'em up to invest in. The beat 'em up gameplay is smooth and satisfying, but also very challenging in its own right, sometimes downright frustrating. However, the game equals it out by giving the player infinite continues, which makes beating the game possible if you're sucky at games like I am. The true key to success in the game is mastering all the extra maneuvers each of the three characters has. Again, the fighting system has a lot more depth than it initially appears, and the extra moves, some exclusive to each character, add a lot more strategy to this game than found in the average beat 'em up. Players scroll left or right on the play screen using combos and special moves to dispatch hordes of enemies, and a power gauge slowly fills up at the bottom of the screen over time. Once fully powered, your ninja can unleash a big special attack that hits all enemies on screen and drains the power gauge completely, or a smaller combo special attack that drains it only partially. The catch being, if your character is knocked off their feet before the gauge is completely full, the gauge resets and starts counting down from the beginning. This adds another layer of strategy to the game, where sometimes you may find yourself waiting to move forward for the gauge to be fully powered, as a fully powered up gauge does not reset when you're knocked down. The story is, there is a tyrannical ruler that takes over a once powerful nation, and a resistance movement has sprung up to create 3 robot ninjas in order to depose this tyrant. In reality, the real story here is there's a giant army of fools trying to beat you up, and it's your job to beat them up first. Because, honestly, who really needs a story for a beat 'em up? Simply put, the whole point is just to beat everyone you see up. If it moves, punch it. That's the simple storyline in every beat 'em up. The controls are buttery smooths, the graphics look great by Super NES standards with large character sprites and not a single hint of slowdown, and the music is also spectacular classic Super NES fare. This game plays great, controls great, and looks great for its time. There are a number of people out there who consider Ninja Warriors to be the greatest or one of the greatest beat 'em ups of all time. And while I agree that this is a spectacular beat 'em up, there is one crippling issue I have with the game that would keep me from including it on the list of the best of all time. It's only single player. If you're not bothered by the lack of a 2-player co-op option, then feel free to ignore this complaint. However, as for myself, this has always been a genre in gaming that shines brightest with more than one player playing. In fact, some of the frustrations in the game would be alleviated with just one other player to watch your back. I can't help but feel that they missed a big opportunity by making this game only single player. I mean, how much more awesome would this game be with co-op? That being said, taken for what it is, Ninja Warriors is still a spectacular Super Nintendo beat 'em up, and I would definitely say one of the best, even without the 2-player option, and is certainly worth picking up a copy of. However, doing a quick eBay check on the average asking price for this game, I paid around $10 for in the year 2000. It appears that it now goes for around $100. Personally, I'm glad I own this game. It is certainly a good game, but I don't see it as $100 good. Castlevania Chronicles was the second Castlevania released for the PS1. Instead of giving us a Metroidvania sequel to Symphony of the Night like we wanted, Konami went with porting and upgrading a previously unreleased, in America at least, Castlevania game from the Japanese-only Sharp X68000 computer system, and releasing it at a budget $20 asking price to boot. While this wasn't exactly what gamers were calling for at the time, Castlevania Chronicles was still a good value for what it offers. The disc contains both the original tough-as-nails 68,000 version of the game and the PS1 exclusive Arranged mode, which takes the original and updates the character sprites, remixes the music, and adds 3 difficulty levels, and also gets rid of the infamous Castlevania blowback. and it even has an unlockable time attack mode. From the start, the player has the option to play either the original game or the arranged mode. The original 1993 release is a revisiting of the events of the original Castlevania game on the NES. Players assume the role of Simon Belmont yet again, and play through 8 of the hardest Castlevania stages I have ever played. Those familiar with the original Castlevania will recognize the level themes and even a couple portions of the levels. When it comes to gameplay mechanics, added in the original is the ability to whip down and diagonal when jumping, and the ability to redirect Simon's jump in midair. Players should not expect to see all the cool whip control mechanics added in Super Castlevania 4. Taken for what it is, the gameplay is still solid, if not feeling like a bit of a step back when it comes to the whip mechanics in particular. The levels themselves are well designed, but this could also just be me. I had a very hard time finding my rhythm in this game when compared to other non-Metroidvania games in the series. Granted, the average Castlevania game requires a lot more finesse and deliberate timing than I have ever had the gaming capabilities to excel in. This is a series that has always catered to the methodical gamer types. As a more clumsy type of gamer, I was able to survive most of the boss fights by foregoing learning their patterns and just getting in a slugfest of who's going to die first. It was usually me, but occasionally I was able to get lucky and beat them. However, even the more clumsy type gamers like myself are able to find that methodical rhythm and right timing required to succeed in the Castlevania series. I'm not saying that the Castlevania games are so linear that you could literally play them with your eyes closed based on memory alone. There are a lot of unpredictable elements in the game, like the Medusa heads, which don't come out in the same way every time. But they do have a predictable pattern for the gamer to use to either dispatch them or dodge them altogether. To be upfront, I have yet to muster the skill required to beat the original mode. Simply put, I own a good portion of the Castlevania series, but this is without a doubt the hardest one I have played, despite owning the first 4 games, Adventure and Bloodlines, along with Symphony on the PS1 and 360, and Area on the Game Boy Advance. I think part of what makes this game so hard is that even the common enemies do massive amounts of damage. As the game progresses, players will see their life gauge completely drained in as little as 4 hits. Coupled with the traditional tough level designs with their own set of tricky jumps and hazards, and the old Castlevania control quirks concerning climbing stairs, where players will oftentimes find themselves trapped, slowly moving up or down a set of stairs while being unfairly pelted by enemies while trying not to accidentally use your special items instead of your whip, and fighting accidentally being stuck in a stair climbing animation when you're trying to duck under things like Medusa heads, which means taking a cheap hit on accident. We have all accepted a lot of the more unfair design elements of the original Castlevania series, and skillful play and learning the game can help overcome some of these elements. I did manage, however, to beat the easier arranged mode, but even then, possibly because it was my first time through the game, I still had a very difficult time. Not that my gaming skills are superior or anything, I'm probably the average gamer. I made it to the She-Wolf before I finally had to change the difficulty setting from normal to easy. But the good thing is the game allows you to switch the difficulty setting at any time throughout your playthrough without forcing you to restart the game from the very beginning. I was able to find my rhythm within the tight Castlevania gameplay in the early levels. However, by the time I got to the last couple of levels, I felt like I was in a war of attrition, where my focus changed from learning the levels and making those tough jumps and finding that right timing to trying to take as little hits as possible so I would have enough life to survive the boss fights. However, I have no doubt that these levels can be memorized, and with enough play I could possibly find that rhythm again. I think part of the change comes with that the final levels are far more straightforward than the early levels are, forcing you to take on the hardest enemies in the game on a level playing field. By the end of it, I felt a lot more like I survived this game instead of beating it. Despite this, however, even for a novice like myself, this still ends up being a very solid Castlevania game and definitely was worth the budget price tag at its release. Graphically, the game shines in 16-bit era style visuals, and the frame rate is solid as well. The Arrange mode updates Simon Belmont's character sprites, but I'm not sure if there are any other graphical changes between the versions. The music in both versions uses a mixture of classic Castlevania tunes and a few new ones, and I have come to appreciate the tunes in both modes. The controls outside of the normal stare issues are solid and responsive, and the ability to change direction mid-jump is a welcomed addition. But I made it through the game and realized that I didn't even use the whip down or diagonal move at all. Would rather have had the ability to whip up, but I can't fault the game for what it doesn't have when compared to even Super Castlevania 4, and have to take it for what it does have, even if it feels a bit like a step back in gameplay mechanics. Double checking this game on eBay, it looks like the PS1 version of the game is currently going anywhere from $44 to $100. Which is, in my opinion, by far overpriced for what you get in the game. I can only suggest it to hardcore Castlevania collectors who want a physical disc. However, the bright side to this is that if you still own a PS3 or PSP, you can pick this game up on PSN for a mere $5.99, which is a great bargain. Even if you're like myself and hate digital download, this still is the best price for the game. The bottom line. Castlevania Chronicles is a solid entry into the Castlevania series, and even has historical value in that it finally allowed US gamers to play a hidden entry into the series, and makes a good addition to any PS1 collection. While not the Metroidvania sequel we wanted, its initial $20 price tag more than made up for it, and if you can find the physical disc cheaply, is still worth picking up. If not, however, the $5.99 PSN price tag is another enticing deal. However, when it comes down to your retro Castlevania fix, Super Castlevania 4 is a much better entry into the series and runs around the same price, making it hard to justify purchasing the physical disc, especially since it was released at a $20 price tag to begin with. Talk about a game that came out of nowhere, with almost no pre-release coverage before it hit. I was first introduced to this game in the hallowed halls of GamePro magazine, where the editor writing the preview I can't remember if it was Scary Larry, Major Mike, or Bro Buzz who covered it, was so incredibly blown away by the game that you couldn't help but be just as excited as he was. His enthusiasm for the game just oozed through the pages, and I couldn't help myself. I really wanted to play this one. 1 month they previewed it, the very next month they reviewed it. That's how much pre-release hype it got. What sets Bloody Roar apart is that all 8 fighters have the ability to transform from human form into beast mode! Giant animals. By filling the beast gauge that sits right underneath their life bar. The higher you fill the beast gauge, the longer you can remain in animal form. Players can even regain some life in beast mode, and taking hits will knock you back down into human form. When I first played this game, I had never played anything like it. It was incredibly revolutionary to me. It wasn't until I later played Fighting Vipers on the Sega Saturn that I realized that Bloody Roar borrowed a lot of its general gameplay mechanics from that game. But even then, that doesn't make Bloody Roar any less spectacular. The beauty of Bloody Roar's gameplay is in its simplicity. Its fast-paced fighting gameplay is incredibly easy to pick up and play. This is a fighting game that gives you instant gratification. Simple gameplay, easy combos, and the ability to morph into an animal at any time you choose makes for a game that is easy for gamers of all experience levels to pick up and play. Does this game cater to button mashing? Absolutely, but that doesn't make it bad. This game isn't trying to have the level of involvement of games like Virtua Fighter, because sometimes you just want to pick up, play, and enjoy a game. What it lacks in depth, it makes up for in playability and intensity. In fact, this game is extremely intense. I can't tell you how many times the matches come down to that final hit or combo. I know this happens in every fighting game at times, but the fast pace of Bloody Roar makes this a common occurrence, where, with butt puckered, yes, I just said that, you will say, "Whew, I beat him! I thought I was done!" The fierce combat keeps you on your toes, the gameplay is high-strung and very exciting. Graphically, the character models are a bit blocky, but sport some nice texture detail. The arenas are also nicely detailed, if not a little rough looking. But most of them do have polygonal backgrounds, and there are even some cool touches like a working elevator in the nuclear power plant level, not that you'll have time to notice. The lighting and effects look nice, and even with all the action on screen, there isn't the slightest hint of slowdown. Overall, the visuals are a bit rough, but the game is fluid, and that's the most important thing to get right in a fighting game. The controls are perfect. They are responsive, and there are absolutely no issues. The combos are easy to pull off, as are techniques like the mid-air recovery. There are only 2 attack buttons until you turn into a beast, and then the beast mode button allows a 3rd attack button, only to be used in that mode. The sound effects are well done, but the generic guitar tunes are forgettable. You can even change the music back to the original arcade game's music, which is just as generic and forgettable. The modes in the game are pretty standard for fighting games. You have your arcade versus time attack survival and practice modes. The game does have a cool watch feature where you can watch 2 computer-controlled opponents duke it out, and there are some unlockables as well, like big heads. Overall, there's nothing like an Edgemaster mode or any extra mini-games like in Tekken. The bottom line. Bloody Roar is a fighting game that is easy to pick up and instantly enjoy. It may kind of cater to mashers over deep skill, but the fighting system is deep enough to hold the attention of seasoned fighting vets and newbies alike. It is fast, fun, and what it lacks in depth when compared to deeper fighting systems in other fighting games, it makes up for in pure playability. The ability to morph into animals is a really cool feature. The game makes it work well, and it doesn't feel like a gimmick. It becomes an integral part of the gameplay and strategy in the fights. This is an awesome fighting game, and the first in a long-running series. I know the more recent iterations haven't fared well in the mainstream reviews, but I don't care. I love the Bloody Roar series. And for PS1 collectors, be sure to check out Bloody Roar 2, which improved the graphics, added super special moves, turned Bakarayu into a kid, makes Gato an unlockable boss character, and trimmed out Mitsuko, Greg, and Fox, who I would hate to destroy some childhood crushes here, is a dude. He goes by Fox, but the manual is very clear. His real name is Hands. It always seems to surprise people when I break this news to them.
You win. Sight of blood excites me. Sight of blood excites me.
I never had cable growing up, so the only times I was ever able to watch the cartoon of G.I. Joe were Sunday mornings when I would visit my grandmother's place. Granted, this pitted my brother and I against my sisters who wanted to watch Jem and the Holograms, which... no. Over the years, I've seen all kinds of coverage for Nintendo games on YouTube. I've had games like Shatterhand, Kickmaster, Journey to Silius, Nightshade, and even Kabuki Quantum Fighter brought to my attention through various reviews and gameplay videos. However, I've never seen G.I. Joe given the due treatment it deserves, and considering this is one of my favorite NES games, it's kind of a shame because this is a really awesome game. It has all the elements of NES greatness we have all come to love. Tight gameplay, classic level designs, great music, and for NES standards, good graphics. There's even some story elements and cutscenes thrown in for good measure. You start out the game with a quick pep talk from the man himself, General Hawk, who gives you a quick briefing in which he tells you your mission objective and who the mission leader will be. Each mission has a mission leader, but also lets you choose what 2 other Joes you want to take along with. For example, for the first mission, Duke is the leader. Your second choice will be Snake Eyes, and for me, I like to take the mission leader for the next mission as my third choice. For the second mission, Blizzard is the mission leader. Your second choice will be Snake Eyes, and since Snake Eyes is the mission leader for the third mission, I like to take Captain Gridiron. So why is your second choice always Snake Eyes, you ask? Because another really cool feature in this game is that each character has their own specific stats and unique abilities. For example, Snake Eyes can jump the highest in the game, thus making him the most invaluable member of the team to have on every mission. Rock and Roll has the weapon that does the most damage, Duke is the all-rounded guy, and Captain Gridiron has the hardest punch in the game, which is weird because Snake Eyes uses his katana and Blizzard his knife for their hand-to-hand combat weapons. The game is unique in that each Joe is not just a clone of each other. Each one has their own unique feel to them, and choosing the right team is imperative to your success in the missions. Each of the game's 6 missions is split into 3 zones: Action, Adventure, and Escape. The Action Zone is the straightforward scroll and kill everything with a few hidden areas to find along the way mode. I would say Contra style, but this game is not Contra in that each Joe has their own life bar and ammo has a limited supply, except for Snake Eyes, who uses his ninja Hadoukens to kill enemies from afar, which doesn't use up your ammo. I play the majority of the action scenes using hand-to-hand combat, saving my ammo for boss fights or for when enemies are on a narrow platform I need to jump to and I don't have room to jump and punch them. Luckily, swapping from hand-to-hand to weapons mode is as easy as hitting the select button, and each Joe has an infinite supply of grenades used by holding up on the D-pad while hitting the attack button in hand-to-hand combat mode. The Adventure Zone, or Objective Zone if you will, sees the Joes traversing large maze-like levels to find check marks with which to place C4 explosives. These are the most challenging levels in the game because they require full exploration to find the places marked for explosives. Scattered throughout these levels are hidden areas with which to find gun and life power-ups, more on those later, and even various Joe vehicles to aid them in their race to find all the bomb points before time runs out. The vehicles are a really cool addition, but they do have a very small life bar, so reckless playing will make the use of these vehicles all too brief. As you progress, the adventure levels become larger and more complex, and the amount of bombs you have to place increases. This makes for a gradual increase in the difficulty level as the game progresses, and feels more balanced. The escape zone is similar to the action zone in that these are pretty straightforward levels. There are hidden areas to find in these as well, and there are also vehicles to use in your escape if you look hard enough. At the end of all three zones, you fight a boss, 2 mid-level bosses, and 1 final boss in every level of the game. The boss battles are well done, but can oftentimes come down to a war of attrition, thanks to the ability to switch between Joes on the fly by hitting the start button, similar to the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. This can be a lifesaver when one of your Joes is close to death, and I like that it pauses the game for you to switch, as this helps keep your split-second from death Joes alive as you get a fresh one in there. If the game had stopped there, solid level designs, characters with unique abilities, cool vehicles to use, 3 Joes to swap between on the fly per mission, and a cool hand-to-hand / weapons combat mixture, it would still be a great game and highly suggested to all NES players. However, G.I. Joe adds one feature that just ties it all together, and is probably the most unique aspect of the game. Throughout the game, players collect both life and weapon upgrade icons to upgrade their life bars and their weapons. When you start out, your weapons are basic level 1A. As you collect 4 more weapon upgrade icons, your weapon levels up to 2A, and this goes until the 4th weapon level where your Joe will have the maximum level weapon he can in the game. The life pickup upgrades your life bar by adding to it, so even the character with the smallest life bar at the beginning of the game will have his maximum sized one by the time you get to the end. I won't compare this to the depth of an RPG leveling system, but each character does grow in life and damage ability as you find more of these upgrades. This is why my general strategy is to always bring the leader of the next mission along with. I generally max out the mission leader's weapon first, and then start leveling the weapon for the next mission leader. The exception being Snake Eyes. I usually use his level to upgrade Captain Gridiron and Rock and Roll, saving Snake Eyes for last, leveling him up right before you acquire the man himself, General Hawk, for the final mission. Infinite jetpack and all. The upgrade system is probably the most unique aspect of the game, and it just ties the whole experience together as another superb offering for the Nintendo Entertainment System. I just can't even figure out why this game doesn't get more mention. Graphically, by Nintendo standards, it may not be the most technically impressive Nintendo game, but the visuals are solid. There is a lot of flickering, and slowdown can become common with a lot of action on screen, but this is Nintendo. And for many years I never knew that slowdown was a bad thing. It was just something I thought all games did because of how common it was in 8-bit and 16-bit gaming. The controls are solid. The only minor issues that may nag some people is a slight Castlevania style blowback when you get hit, enemies that instantly reappear if you scroll back to where they are. This can be tough in the jumping portions, but there are a whole lot less ambush enemies in this game than in comparable games. And some tricky jumps here and there where you will have to avoid bumping your head on the platform above, requiring perfect timing. Overall, the controls work great. Swapping Joes on the fly, landing tricky jumps, dispatching enemies, and swapping in and out of weapons mode feel intuitive. The music is also rocking. You may not number the tracks in the all-time list of best NES tunes, but they are still really good and definitely fit the action perfectly. This is classic NES stuff right here. For NES standards, G.I. Joe is moderate in difficulty. There are only 6 levels to play here, and there is thankfully even a simplified password system in place. This game won't take NES pros a long time to master. There are some tough boss fights in later levels, but if I can beat this game, anyone can. It's not easy, but it is beatable. As a kid, I was convinced that most NES games weren't beatable. I would generally just play them till I got to the part that I couldn't pass, and then quit. I never really even tried to beat them, and looking back as I have grown and gotten better at playing NES games, I am still convinced that many of them are not meant to be beaten. Or I know I don't have the patience to play all the way through them. Upon beating G.I. Joe, a second, harder quest opens up that only allows you to bring 1 extra Joe in each mission with you, leaving only 2 Joes to use per mission. I haven't actually beaten the second quest. I've only gotten up to the 3rd mission so far. So there is extra replay value once you master the first quest, and more challenge for you Nintendo pros out there. The bottom line. This is one of my favorite NES titles, and it doesn't seem to get enough attention for how good it actually is. This game rarely gets mentioned despite its quality. If you're looking for a good NES romp to play and are played out of the Mega Mans, the Contras, the Castlevanias, and etc., then this is definitely a game you should look into. I would even be so bold as to put it up there with those previously mentioned greats, because quality abounds. Come on, Nintendo gamers, this game needs more attention. And as a final note, there is also a sequel to this game called G.I. Joe The Atlantis Factor, which I have never played but apparently changed it to more of an action game. From the videos I have seen, it still looks like another quality title that is worth a look, and I plan on picking it up someday. I remember it like it was yesterday. Christmas Day, 1997. My father had borrowed an issue of GamePro magazine from me in order to get the scoop on the hottest games coming out. That Christmas I received NASCAR 98, Fighting Force, which I have fond memories of playing, even if it didn't hold a candle to Streets of Rage,
and my first introduction to the Tomb Raider series, Tomb Raider 2. I would later acquire the original Tomb Raider at a rummage sale, and despite the awkwardness of jumping back from Tomb Raider 2 to the original, have since come to appreciate the original as probably the best in the original Tomb Raider series, even if the second one is still my favorite. I've only recently acquired the third and fourth games in the series on the PS1, but I've also owned Chronicles on the PC for years, but have never had a good PC controller with which to play it. So my main experience with the series revolves around the first two games. Brought up in the comfort of the British aristocracy, at 21 years old, Lara's life was forever changed when her plane went down during a skiing trip to the Himalayas. Forced to survive by herself, Lara would walk into a local village 2 weeks later. After her experience, Lara was hooked on adventure, and not even being disowned and cut off by her own family would stop her tomb raiding adventures, which published journals of would bring her fame and fortune. Though the game's manual makes it seem as if Lara had only ever lived a life of comfort and had never been adventuring before, the story would later have a revision of sorts with the addition of young Lara in Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation.
What's a man gotta do to get that kind of attention from you?
It's hard to say exactly, but you seem to be doing fine.
Well,
The opening cinema shows Lara being enticed by a lady named Jacqueline Natla into finding an ancient artifact known as a Scion. An artifact rumored to give immense power to the person who wields it. This, however, is not going to be an easy task, seeing as the Scion has been split into 3 pieces and spread throughout the ancient world. The game's story is unfolded through the use of CGI cinemas and in-game sequences. Though storylines in 1996 gaming had a minimal focus outside of RPGs, Tomb Raider's story is fairly cinematic compared to the other games released in that time period.
An age-old artifact of mystical power is buried in the unfound tomb of Qualapec. That's my interest. You could leave tomorrow. Are you busy tomorrow?
Lara's quest for the Scion will span 15 levels in 4 locations, which include the ruins of Peru, Greece, Egypt, and ending in the lost city of Atlantis. The game's design is spectacular. The levels, though daunting at first, still show some of the best blending of puzzle and action-based gameplay. Core did an exceptional job in the level designs of this game, and the quality still shines through to this day. I may as well just get it out of the way. The most incessant amount of whining I've ever heard levied against Tomb Raider over the years by its detractors pertains to the game's controls. I'll be the first to admit Lara is insanely hard to control. Her controls mirror games like Resident Evil, where pressing up is the only way to move forward regardless of the camera angle. This tank control scheme, as it has recently been dubbed, has an extremely high learning curve, and her jumping system also has an extremely high learning curve. However, controlling Lara is obviously not impossible, and the game does offer a very well-made training mode for new players to get a handle of these controls. One must also take into account that Tomb Raider started development and was released before analog gaming really took off. That being said, 8-way run controls with the D-pad, or even analog controls like those found in Mario 64, would not work for this game. You may wonder how I could make a claim like that, but you must keep in mind that all of the levels in Tomb Raider are on a square-based grid. The control is more formulaic in nature to take advantage of a square grid. By using Lara's ability to look around and scoping out the jump in front of you, you can determine if you can make the jump with a simple forward jump, or if you need a running jump. This requires a little bit more discernment on the player's part than the average platformer game does, but Tomb Raider in general requires you to put a lot of thought into everything you do. The difficult controls also combat a problem that plagued 3D games with a third-person view for years: bad camera angles. Tomb Raider does have its share of bad angles, but as I stated previously, you don't actually have to see the jump to make the jump.
Lara's ability to look around means you can plot out your jump before you even start moving, with the confidence that you are going to make it, even if you're jumping blind. I'm not excusing bad camera angles, but as an early 3D game, they were still working out the simple mechanics that we take for granted in today's gaming. When jumping in Tomb Raider, it doesn't matter what the camera does because there is only one way to move forward. Even if the camera shifts to a completely different view mid-jump, Lara will still make the jump. The tank controls may not be ideal, but they do have their advantages. The controls themselves also have a bit of an open feel to them. Lara does not automatically grab ledges. You have to manually hold a button in order for her to grab them. This can make the complicated controls feel a bit more complicated, especially if you're used to modern games that automatically grab them for you. I like this aspect though, because it lets me have complete control of everything Lara does. I understand the merits of having characters automatically grab ledges, but it sometimes leads to control issues in games that use it. To let go of a ledge in Tomb Raider, I just let go of the X button and she drops. In many modern games, sometimes just trying to jump to the platform below is made more complicated because the characters usually turn around and grab the ledge. I realize these design measures in modern games are to prevent you from accidentally plummeting to your death from falling off the ledge, which can be a common occurrence in Tomb Raider, but I still prefer to have complete control. The grab feature isn't perfect in Tomb Raider, but it still works great. Due to the square grid, you nearly have to be lined up perfectly with the ledge to grab it. There is some forgiveness for not being perfectly square to the ledge, but the game is still a lot less forgiving about it than most. This can oftentimes lead to Lara plummeting to her death because you are not lined up right with the ledge, and again lead to frustrating backtracking because of the save system. I've been playing Tomb Raider for a little over 17 years now, and yes, even I sometimes fumble over the controls here and there. However, modern control schemes didn't come to us overnight. It took years of refinements and tweaking established control schemes to get where we are today. It also took the release of dual analog controllers, not available at the time of Tomb Raider's release, to finally get a good balance of camera plus movement controls. That being said, this game has an extremely high learning curve when it comes to the controls. It always has. But that's just one of the things one must take into account when going back and playing the original Tomb Raider series. You are forced to learn the tough controls under fire, and the game doesn't let up as soon as you start. If you've been spoiled by the soft touch of analog controls, going back to D-pad controls mean you might literally play this game until your thumb bleeds. Not an attack on the controls, but if you've lost your old school callus, your thumb will be aching. Plus there are many other reasons why you'll be gripping your controller tightly, which I'll get into later. The bad thing about Tomb Raider's level designs are that oftentimes it's not clear what to do or where to go next. This is one of the biggest complaints against the entire series. The game doesn't hold your hand, and you will find yourself getting completely lost and backtracking through an entire level trying to figure out what to do in order to progress. In fact, complaints over this design choice were voiced so loudly and the backlash against it so great that even to this day, developers have completely sterilized their games of tough puzzle elements, making modern puzzle elements in adventure games so easy they not only feel insulting to your intelligence, being so watered down, but they practically show you the solution from the second you enter a room, making you wonder why they even bothered adding the puzzle elements to begin with. But the great thing about Tomb Raider's level designs are that oftentimes it's not clear what to do or where to go next. In other words, the bad thing is the game doesn't hold your hand. But the good thing is the game doesn't hold your hand. I myself have spent countless hours being lost in Tomb Raider, probably more than most of those who levied complaints against the series in its heyday. And while I do agree it is frustrating being absolutely stuck in the game, spending hours upon hours trying to figure out what to do or where to go next, only to have a simple solution pop up, there is something that is still so completely satisfying about finally figuring it out by yourself, without help. It's a tough form of satisfaction that you rarely see in gaming anymore. After years of playing Tomb Raider and learning how to scan and search every inch of a level, I have found that very few games have been able to stump me since. I remember when Uncharted 2 first came out. I had a friend who was stuck on one of the puzzles for like a week. I came over and within 5 minutes solved it for him. I'm not saying that I haven't been stumped since, but because of the complaining, heavy puzzle focus in adventure games is a thing of the past. The exception being games like Zelda. Another complaint I hear is with the puzzle objectives. Yes, there is a lot of key getting, switch throwing, and the term and hatred for block puzzles comes from the backlash against Tomb Raider. When you understand that Tomb Raider has a unique blend of action, adventure, with a heavy puzzle focus, and the puzzle elements have tons of thought put into them, it's not the means of unlocking the objectives that is important, like throwing a switch or moving blocks a certain way. It's a journey in between. Each level is itself a giant puzzle, unlocked through solving smaller puzzles. Core design took a lot of time designing every level in the game. There is no half-hearted puzzle elements in Tomb Raider. They are all well designed and well thought out, and the levels are designed as one big puzzle. Those who would criticize this game for its objectives being simple switch pulling, key gathering, and block puzzles tend to overlook the sheer amount of thought put into the level designs of this game. And Tomb Raider isn't all about the puzzles. The game also shines in its action and adventure elements, which take place within the puzzle elements. As you may expect, in typical Indiana Jones fashion, the ancient ruins are also filled with all sorts of deadly traps, often sprung on you without warning. One can complain that this does lead to many cheap deaths, but the element of surprise adds to the tense atmosphere of the game, and the atmosphere is my favorite part of the game. Each level, aside from having a heavy puzzle focus, is rife with death traps and all sorts of baddies just waiting to pounce on you at any given moment. Some enemies are easy to see and kill from the get-go, but others are scripted to show up as you accomplish objectives in the level. Pulling a switch or grabbing an item is the easy part. It unlocks the next part of the puzzle. However, it also unlocks consequences in the game. Just when you think you're safe, pulling that lever oftentimes brings enemies your way, in areas you thought you had already previously cleared. Or it springs a trap on you. You honestly never know what to expect. Add that to the fact that Lara is completely alone to explore. The game has a sense of tension that rivals games in the survival horror genre. You honestly never know what to expect next, and you rarely feel safe in the game. You're alone, and you're in a hostile environment, with surprises all around you. I've often found myself staring down a hallway in the game, knowing full well that I have to go down that hallway to progress in the game, but telling myself that I don't want to. There's something down there. I know it. A feeling that easily rivals games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Sometimes you find yourself holding onto your controller for dear life, which adds to the pain in your D-pad thumb. There are so many unexpected surprises just waiting around every corner, whether it be an enemy lying in wait, or Pierre the Litterbug, who stalks Lara throughout most of the levels in the game, popping in at the most inconvenient times and disappearing just as fast, to, and how could I not mention, one of the most memorable scenes in the game, and one of the most iconic scenes in that whole generation of gaming, the Tyrannosaurus Rex popping in to say hello. That's right, we have a T-Rex.
The music and sound effects also add to the tension. Lara is usually surrounded in silence with maybe some ambient sounds in the background. You can hear everything in the environments around you, which adds to the lonely feeling in the game. Sometimes you can hear the enemies around you, a growl breaking the silence and causing butt puckering. Yes, I did just say that. As you run to the high ground for safety so you can get a vantage point to see where the sound is coming from. Other times, at selected moments, one of the soothing themes starts to play, and adds almost a sense of wonder as you explore the ancient environments presented in the game. It really does give you a feeling like you're the first person to see these environments in thousands of years. However, generally, when you hear music in Tomb Raider, that means that trouble is coming your way. Something bad is happening, and you're filled with a sense of danger, and all you can think to do is run and hope you make it to safety. You don't even know what you're running from yet, but the buildup of tension is done so well that fast-paced symphony music gets your adrenaline pumping and causes the aforementioned butt puckering.
You just pulled the tough end of a wishbone. Howdy.
Afternoon?
Left Larson sucking wind then, eh?
If that is the phrase.
Well, your little vacation riot's over now. Time to give back what you've hijacked off me.
Let's try the lunchbox.
The voice acting in the story elements is surprisingly well done. When you take into account that it was released in the same year as the original Resident Evil, which is notorious for it's so bad it's good voice acting, all you masters of unlocking, Tomb Raider's voice acting was spectacular for its time, and still holds up pretty well to this day. The music, composed by Nathan McCree and performed by an orchestra, can be both soothing and, depending on when it hits in the game, pulse-pounding. As stated, it's used sparingly in the game, leaving the player to mostly hear the sounds that Lara makes, and those of the surrounding environments. And with the hordes of baddies thrown your way, Core hasn't left Lara defenseless. Though the original Tomb Raider has the smallest arsenal of all the Tomb Raider games, there is still enough firepower provided to take on every enemy the game throws at you. Lara has her default pistols with infinite ammo to boot, automatic pistols, Uzis, and the mighty shotgun. The last three mentioned requiring you to collect ammo for throughout the game, oftentimes hidden away in secret areas, which are the reward for fully exploring levels. As the game progresses, the enemies get tougher, and your arsenal and your dodging abilities become more and more important. Lara will oftentimes find herself surrounded by enemies, and in order to have as little damage possible, the player is required to master what I call the Lara dance. Jump, dodge, roll, and keep moving while the enemies are swarming around you trying to kill you. When you do it right, you take little to no damage. But when you zig when you should have zagged, you take more damage than you should, forcing you to use a health pack, which you also collect along the way. Graphically speaking, even for its time, the Tomb Raider series was never considered a top-tier example of PS1 graphics. The frame rate generally moves at a consistent level, with some minor stuttering on occasion, but not enough to affect the gameplay. The textures are pretty pixelated, and Lara, whose character model in the first Tomb Raider is only made up of roughly 350 polygons, has some triangular features. If you're a snob about early 3D graphics, then this game isn't for you. Not because you can't deal with an ugly game, but because I can't deal with the annoying whining about those who put graphics first. It's design and gameplay that take precedent over visuals, and avoiding a game because it's ugly is not a good reason to avoid a game at all. There is also a lot of clipping issues in the game. However, this can actually be used to your advantage, allowing you to clip the camera through a door to see in a room you can't get to yet. Sometimes this can help you when you're trying to figure out where to go next. The Tomb Raider series didn't really come into its own graphically on the PS1 until Tomb Raider 3. Blocky, ugly textures, pop-in, clipping galore, and a number of glitches.
Tomb Raider's visuals get the job done, but were never top tier on the PS1. When you take into account that Tomb Raider was in development for 3 years prior to its release, putting the start of its development in 1993, you start to realize exactly how revolutionary its level designs were. There was next to nothing for core design to draw inspiration from in the 3D realm of gaming. In fact, Tomb Raider was the standard bearer for what used to be dubbed the action-adventure genre of gaming. Despite the fact that Tomb Raider has only been given credit for cementing women characters as viable lead characters in games by the mainstream gaming press, Tomb Raider also had a profound effect on 3D gaming as we know it. Was it the most influential game in 3D gaming? No, but it definitely played a big part, and was one of the many games responsible for the 3D gaming revolution. 1996 was a landmark year for 3D gaming and gaming in general. A year that arguably helped shape the games we play today like no other year in gaming history. By the end of 96, the next generation of home consoles was in full swing with the release of the Nintendo 64, which took analog technology and shrunk it down into a thumbstick. id Software also dropped the bomb on PC gamers with a little game called Quake, that one could argue with its online functionality, use of a Voodoo 3D accelerator, the ancestor of modern graphics cards, making the source code easily available for the average gamer, which opened up the door for user modifications, like the original Team Fortress, and licensing of the game's engine to other developers, that Quake was probably the most influential game that year, and one of the most influential of all time. Tomb Raider, however, is just as worthy to be mentioned in the same sentence as both Quake and Mario 64, because it as well had a huge effect on gaming, regardless of the fact that the later backlash against the series has robbed it from its rightful place in gaming history. The bottom line on this one, the original Tomb Raider is still and will always be a classic, with its excellent mixture of action, exploration, and puzzle solving in sometimes wondrous and oftentimes tense environments. It may not get the credit it deserves, but it's one of those games that every gamer should at least give an honest try. The learning curve is high, and as it should, the game gets harder as it goes along, with the final levels being borderline insane with what's thrown at you. You'll die a lot, you'll struggle with the controls, but you may even come to appreciate the masterful design and the unique atmosphere. If you've never played it, you should, and don't wimp out and play Anniversary instead. After playing the first Tomb Raider for the last week, I'm almost half tempted to pop in Tomb Raider 2 and give that one a go. But I think I'll resist. Tomb Raider, since its release, has been ported to almost every platform under the sun. From the PS1 to the Saturn, the Mac, and the PC, which also had an expanded edition Tomb Raider Gold, to even the Nokia N-Gage, for all 5 people who ever bought one. You can also find it on the PlayStation Store and probably on one of the PC download services. An ancient Chinese relic known as the Dagger of Sion has been hidden away for what was hoped to be all eternity within the Great Wall of China. Previously possessed by an ancient emperor who used the dagger's ability to turn its owner into a dragon upon piercing the heart, in his quest to conquer all of China, he was finally defeated in battle and the dagger sealed away in hopes that it would never, ever be used again. Neither the game nor the instruction manual go into exactly why Lara is interested in the dagger, other than it's an ancient relic, and I guess that's Lara's interest right there. However, you very quickly find out that Lara isn't the only person interested in the dagger. Lara's quest for the dagger will bring her into direct conflict with Italian cultists led by a man named Marco Bartoli, who have been after the dagger for centuries, and even the Tibetan monks who have protected the dagger for generations. In the review I did for the original Tomb Raider, I said this. I remember it like it was yesterday. Christmas Day, 1997. My father had borrowed an issue of GamePro magazine from me in order to get the scoop on the hottest games coming out. That Christmas I received NASCAR 98, Fighting Force, which I have fond memories of playing, even if it didn't hold a candle to Streets of Rage, and my first introduction to the Tomb Raider series, Tomb Raider 2. I would later acquire the original Tomb Raider at a rummage sale, and despite the awkwardness of jumping back from Tomb Raider 2 to the original, have since come to appreciate the original as probably the best in the original Tomb Raider series, even if the second one is still my favorite. Tomb Raider 2 was my introduction to the series and will always stand as my personal favorite in the Tomb Raider series, and as one of the first 4 games I owned for the PlayStation, the first being Final Fantasy VII, will always be a defining experience for me when it comes to the PS1. Core Design was faced with a mammoth of a question in developing Tomb Raider 2. How does one follow up one of the most influential video games of all time? Whether or not it's given the credit it deserves, it's no secret that if one was to look at Tomb Raider objectively, not only did it have a monumental impact on that era of gaming, spawning countless clones, but its influence can still be seen today in modern gaming. To put it simply, there was no way that Tomb Raider 2 was going to surpass the original in terms of influence alone. However, in terms of expanding on the original, Core went with bigger, harder, and more. And overall, though my bias in this being my introduction to the series is obvious, came out with a game that, outside of losing a little in atmosphere, improved over the original in almost every other way. The levels in Tomb Raider 2 are bigger than in the original, have a ton more enemies thrown at you, enemies that take a lot more hits to put down, and there are a lot more death traps and tricky jumps in this sequel than in the first one. I've always found Tomb Raider 2 to be a much harder game than the original, which was no slouch in terms of difficulty in itself. With the extra difficulty added, Core hasn't left gamers helpless. Lara's arsenal of weapons has been expanded to include things like her handy-dandy grenade launcher, which blows enemies into tiny little chunks for good measure. And along with the arsenal, Lara's moveset has been expanded as well. In Tomb Raider 2, Core gave Lara the ability to look around while holding onto a ledge, allowing you to see more of the environment you are either dropping down or moving up to while hanging. An underwater roll was added for a quick turnaround. Lara can also do a mid-air roll, which helps immensely when doing the Lara dance, as I've dubbed it, moving around while fighting enemies to take as little damage as possible, and giving Lara the ability to turn around in mid-air to grab a ledge or ladder behind her. And Lara also now has the ability to climb ladders. That's right, go back and play the original Tomb Raider. Did you notice that you played through the entire game and never climbed a single ladder? The addition of which opening up new level design options for Core. They even threw in a couple of vehicles for Lara to drive for good measure. As with the original, I would classify most of the 18 levels presented in Tomb Raider 2 as giant puzzles, often split up in between solving smaller puzzles that work towards beating the larger level puzzle as a whole. In between the puzzle elements, the exploration, action, and tough platformer elements take place. We used to classify this unique blending of puzzle-heavy design with action and platforming as being an action-adventure game, which is still a fitting classification for what you find in the original Tomb Raider series. The part that most gamers have struggled with in the original Tomb Raider series, aside from the tank controls, which with the square-based grid of Tomb Raider's level design is the best working control scheme for the game, is figuring out what to do and where to go next. Oftentimes, what to do next can be pretty obscure to the player, leading to hours and hours of wandering the levels, retreading every inch to find out what it is you may have missed in order to progress. Or as I stated in my original Tomb Raider review, the bad thing about Tomb Raider's level design is that oftentimes it's not clear what to do or where to go next in order to progress. But the good thing about Tomb Raider's level design is that oftentimes it's not clear what to do or where to go next in order to progress. So in other words, the bad thing is the game doesn't hold your hand. But the good thing is the game doesn't hold your hand. It seems that in recent memory, it has become sort of mainstream and popular to label obscure level design as bad design in games. I remember reading this sentiment in an old magazine in either the late 90s or early 2000s, and it has sort of become a common thought in gaming. However, I would disagree. I don't consider obscure objectives to be bad design. What I consider it to be is a different design philosophy than what has become the user-friendly mainstream philosophy we have become accustomed to in the modern age. You have to remember that the original Tomb Raider series was released in a time where developers put their heaviest emphasis on level design. Though there are story elements in the series, which for Tomb Raider 2 was almost as rare in 1997 gaming as it was in 1996 gaming with the original, the developers were not focused on pulling you into a story narrative. They weren't designing a forgettable gaming experience using story elements as a smokescreen for the lack of innovation like most modern games do. They instead were designing levels with which to challenge gamers at every level. Tomb Raider 2 challenges gamers at every level. Not only are quick reflexes required for the action elements and the many death traps involved, but your observation and problem-solving skills are also put to the extreme test in the game. Tomb Raider 2, like many games from that era, treads that thin line between I can't figure out what to do, screw this game, I give up, and thus being put back on your gaming shelf to collect dust to, okay, I know I can beat this, let's give it one more try. The developers would design a level and then challenge you to figure it out with minimal clues. In many ways, it's almost like a battle of the wits to see if you can beat them at their own game. Literally. Though Tomb Raider achieved mainstream success, the difficult, sometimes cryptic solutions to the puzzles in the levels, mixed with, yes, the difficult-to-learn controls, kept it from being easily accessible to all gamers, and still makes returning to it or playing it for the first time just as difficult. However, as I said in my original Tomb Raider review, there is still something so incredibly satisfying about finally figuring out the solution to a puzzle in the game. Getting lost does suck. Tearing your hair out trying to figure out a tough puzzle as you backtrack through the entire level can be maddening. But finally figuring it out on your own brings a deep level of satisfaction and creates an experience you will never forget. This is a rare form of gaming satisfaction that you rarely see in modern gaming anymore. That being said, maybe you just think I'm blinded by my love for Tomb Raider and don't see bad design for what it is, and well, maybe that's true. However, if we shift this towards another franchise, then please explain to me why in the 19 years of 3D Zelda games, the Water Temple is still the most infamous dungeon in all of Zelda fandom. Simply put, because unless you had a strategy guide, it stumped you, drove you mad, and gave you a huge sense of gratification when you finally beat it. In similar fashion, finally beating a tough level in Tomb Raider 2 brings that same feeling of gratification. Atmospherically, when playing through Tomb Raider 2 this time, I realized that the original seems to have a much more tense atmosphere. Even if Tomb Raider 2 still has a great atmosphere overall, and still builds up tension throughout the game. The same kind of tension and unsafe feeling that games like Resident Evil have. Lara is alone, traversing hostile environments with death traps and hordes of baddies around every corner, all trying to kill her. You rarely feel safe, and the few times you do feel a false sense of security are quickly shattered by an enemy lying in wait, an instant death trap being sprung sending Lara to her death, and even the sounds of distant footsteps of an enemy you can't see yet and have no idea if they are coming after you. Or just walking around on another part of the level, daring you to progress to where they're at. Tomb Raider 2 is still incredibly atmospheric and still builds a very good sense of tension. This game will still make your butt pucker countless times, sometimes startling the ever-living crap out of you. However, in trying to put my finger on what the big difference was, I realized something. A lot of fans say that Tomb Raider 2 is where the series first lost sight, taking Lara out of the tombs and adding levels that, while still masterfully designed, didn't make sense to be in a game called Tomb Raider. Levels like an oil rig set up with as many switches, keys, and booby traps as any of the ancient tombs. And while some of these levels do seem out of place, even if they do make sense under the story narrative the game is telling, these levels are still incredibly intense. In the offshore rig, for example, Lara, upon being captured by the cultist, has to escape from her prison cell and then traverse through the first part of the level, avoiding the baddies trying to kill her with absolutely no weapons to fight back with, leaving you frantically scrambling to figure out what to do while being hotly pursued. Even the Venice level, with its canals and dilapidated decaying houses, still always managed to capture my imagination as a teenager, and also has a fitting atmosphere as a result, despite not being ancient ruins, but a more modern decay of once decadent structures within an ancient city. Lara's adventures even take her to explore the wreckage of a sunken luxury liner, long forgotten on the ocean floor, but this also fits well with the atmosphere, even if Celine Dion didn't sing the theme song for the level. I then decided that maybe it's the fact that Tomb Raider 2 throws a ton more enemies your way. Everywhere Lara goes, every animal hates her, and hundreds of cultists are thrown at you trying to ruin Lara's day. But even with a heavier focus on action, there is still nothing quite like the feeling of entering a room and then suddenly hearing footsteps right behind you. Just because you expect baddies to show up more often doesn't mean they still don't startle you when they do. Plus, I've realized that in soon-to-be 20 years of playing this game, I have memorized when and where most of the enemies are going to come from, but still found myself being startled over a couple I had forgotten about. I then thought, maybe it's the Save Anywhere save system implemented in Tomb Raider 2 that may have eroded some of the atmosphere. Tomb Raider fans did complain that they thought this made Tomb Raider 2 too easy, which, what? No. But I can see it taking away some of the tension in where every time you feel a sense that danger awaits you around the corner, you can save your game, run around the corner, and even if you die, you start out right where you left off, thus saving you from having to backtrack large portions of the level as you did in the original because the save crystals were in static locations in the level. Tomb Raider 3 would later combine the save systems of the first two games, allowing you to collect a finite number of save crystals, but allowing you to use them anywhere in the level. However, the ability to save anywhere may save on backtracking and may give you a little feeling of safety whenever you save your game when feeling impending doom. It may even make some of the harder platformer elements less frustrating by allowing you to save before every hard jump so you don't have to backtrack. But it doesn't help you solve puzzles, defeat enemies, or make those jumps to begin with. In fact, you can even possibly save yourself into a corner if you're not careful. And at last I thought that maybe it's because the levels seem to have more ambient noise in the backgrounds than in the original. But that can't be it. As with the original, when you hear music in Tomb Raider 2, that is a sign that core design is trying to kill you. Something horrible is happening, and your first instinct is to run to safety. Get on top of a box, get somewhere, pull your pistols out, and start blind firing. The building up of tension is just as present in this game as in the original, and furthermore, some of the ambient background noise is super creepy. Take a listen to this sample taken from the offshore rig and diving area. I'm pretty sure that if you heard this coming from your closet at night, you may never sleep again. I would totally have my stuff packed and be moved out the next day. And then finally it dawned on me. Why is it that some of the levels in Tomb Raider 2 seem to recapture the same spectacular atmosphere of the original, but others didn't? It wasn't the levels themselves, the hordes more enemies, the save system, or even the ambient sounds. I realized something. All of the levels in the original Tomb Raider took place seemingly underground. It had a deeper sense of claustrophobia mixed with a deep sense of loneliness. On top of the great sense of tension, all the death traps, all the puzzle elements taking place in sometimes wondrous ancient ruins was an overwhelming feeling that you could be 1,000 miles underground exploring an environment that hasn't been seen for a couple thousand years. No escape, no help, no hope. If you die, no one will ever find you. A lot of the environments in Tomb Raider 2 feel less cramped, less claustrophobic, more open, brighter, and you actually see the sun and sky. It seems that in expanding upon the original game and making a bigger experience, Core unwittingly sacrificed some of the atmosphere that made the original so good, leaving Tomb Raider 2 a little lacking when compared to it. Atmosphere and monumental impact on gaming as a whole aside, Tomb Raider 2 improved on the original Tomb Raider in almost every other way, taking my bias into account that this will always be my favorite game in the series no matter what. In the end, when you have a game that changes gaming like the original Tomb Raider, nothing you do in the sequel will ever live up to the original. The 2 T-Rexes and 1 dragon you fight in Tomb Raider 2 will never be as fondly remembered in gaming as the 1 T-Rex in the original. Final Fantasy 8 and 9 will always live in the shadow of Final Fantasy 7. I was one of the few that liked Super Mario Sunshine better than Super Mario 64. However, by comparison, Mario 64 will always be remembered over Sunshine and any other platformer in its generation for that matter. I like Quake II better than the original Quake, but the original will always be remembered more. Doom 2, Final Doom, and Doom 3 are spectacular games, but the original Doom is an icon. And the cycle continues, so on and so forth. It was inevitable that the memory of Tomb Raider 2, 3, The Last Revelation, and Chronicles would eventually fade into the dustbin of gaming's past, mixed with the later backlash against the series and the claims that every sequel was just more of the same and the formula was stale by gamers in the gaming media. I've always seen a double standard that there was no one to ever complain that Resident Evil 3 was actually the 6th mainline Resident Evil game released on the PS1, with Capcom rehashing the first one twice and Resident Evil 2 once with Director's Cut and DualShock versions, but hey, you know, who am I to say anything? In Tomb Raider's defense, at least every game was a completely different game in the series. Did the formula get stale in releasing 5 games in 5 years? Yeah, probably. In all honesty, I have played the first 2 Tomb Raider games to death, but have barely played Tomb Raider 3 at all, only recently acquiring it. I've played a good portion into The Last Revelation whenever I picked it up a few years back, and I really like the open exploration feel of it, but have yet to play anything but the opening levels of Chronicles. However, I still have to give props to Core Design, who were on a creative high for 5 good years, able to create well-designed, deeply thought-out levels with heavy puzzle elements and great atmosphere in 5 Tomb Raider games. Core would later join developers like 989 Studios, who could never quite make the jump from PS1 to PS2. I haven't played The Angel of Darkness, but I do own it. And I know it was the Tomb Raider game that pretty much killed Core Design. I really dug Hurdy-Gurdy though. The bottom line! Tomb Raider 2 was not only a defining experience for the PlayStation for me, and yes, I know it was also on the PC, but will also always be my favorite in the series. I know the controls are hard, the early PS1 graphics haven't held up, and most modern gamers will pass it up for new remakes or newer games on a newer system, but I truly urge most gamers to give this and the rest of the original Core Design Tomb Raider games a shot. Learn the controls, learn the game, and you may come to appreciate the sheer amount of thought put into every level of these games. You'll be frustrated to no end, you'll die a lot, you'll struggle with controlling Lara, you'll be wowed by the atmosphere, jump out of your seat at times, and incredibly satisfied whenever you finally beat a level. I will always love this game and the original Tomb Raider series.
Don't you think you've seen enough?
Back to the Future. I picked this one up less than 10 years ago at a rummage sale for 50 cents alongside Burger Time.
The first thing you'll notice in this game is Marty isn't even wearing red. I don't remember that from the movie. Walking down the street looking like Mike Ness or something. Then you wonder, what's with the enemies in this game? Girls with hula hoops? Bees? Guys with red tank tops? Guys with blue tank tops? Guys carrying glass? I don't remember these enemies from the movie. And if you touch anything, you die. Get hit by a bee, you die. Touch a hula hoop girl, you die. Are those hula hoops or bandsaw blades? Run into glass, you die. Touch a wall, you die. Touch a guy with a tank top, you die. You die, you die, you die. What the heck? I don't remember this from the movie. Then you wonder, what the heck is up with the music? It just loops the same couple of notes over and over again. Furthermore, this song wasn't even in the movie. This game is so bad, I wish I could go back in time and stop this review from ever being made.
Back to the Future. I picked this one up less than 10 years ago at a rummage sale for 50 cents alongside Burger Time. Dude!
What the heck? Who are you?
You from the future.
Oh, what do you want?
Don't review this game. Okay. Christmas Day 1993, my parents blessed us with a Model 2 Sega Genesis, with Sonic 2 as the pack-in title, and our very own copy of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Hyperstone Heist. Previously, I had no idea what a Sega Genesis was. I vaguely remember seeing the Genesis Does commercials on TV, but only knew Nintendo to this point. All I knew was my brother was super excited to get a Sega Genesis, so I shared in his excitement, having no idea what a Sega Genesis even was. Previously, we had the same Nintendo my family received on Christmas 88 or 89, and knowledge of new gaming consoles wasn't a thing that really existed in my world. Nintendo was a thing, but so were cartoons and playing toys, and all the other fun things that went along with being a kid in the late 80s and early 90s. One of the favorite games for my brother and I to play on the NES was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Manhattan Project. We would end up spending hundreds of hours in total playing through Manhattan Project, and looking back, it is still probably my favorite Ninja Turtles game of all time. The very first Sega Genesis game we booted up was Hyperstone Heist, putting Sonic 2 on the back burner. Upon finally seeing Hyperstone Heist that Christmas morning, for the first time in my life, I noticed graphics. Playing through NES games, I never took the time to notice if one game looked better or ran better than another. Being uninformed at the time, games were just games. Some were more fun than others, but as far as visuals go, it was never a priority in my mind. However, when I first booted up Hyperstone in all its RF switch glory on the tiny TV we had in our room, I marveled and remember saying, "Wow, now games look like cartoons." I was blown away and convinced that graphics cannot look any better than what was before my eyes. Everything about the game's visuals and smooth and addictive gameplay blew me away. It seems pretty simplistic by today's standards in all their 4K high-def glory. But those of we who have been there to see giant leaps in graphics have many console generations of memories, having to adjust our eyes to the beauty of next-generation gaming sitting right before us. As far as my gaming life is concerned, booting up Hyperstone Heist is one of those magical moments I will never forget. Those in my generation were lucky enough to have many similar moments in our gaming lives. Whether it be that jump from 8-bit gaming to 16-bit gaming, the jump from 16-bit to 32 or 64-bit gaming, or the jump from the PS2 to PS3, or the Dreamcast, or even when the Voodoo graphics card became a thing in PC gaming. My generation has been spoiled, and for me, it started in my 9-year-old eyes looking at the graphics of the Sega Genesis, and the excitement of owning a new system. Definitely a defining gaming moment for me. From a gameplay and design standpoint, Hyperstone Heist borrows its gameplay mechanics and some of its level designs from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo. Having not played Turtles in Time prior to this, I had no idea. So to me, this was a fresh jump from Manhattan Project to Hyperstone. Each turtle has their own set of combos, an automatic back attack for enemies behind them, their own special attacks which drain your life bar, new aerial moves that depend on hitting the button at the right time in order to do them correctly, the ability to slam opponents for an instant one-hit death, and my personal favorite, the ability to run with a variety of running attack maneuvers to pull off as well. Hyperstone has a couple of the same levels as Turtles in Time. However, Hyperstone plays a lot more like a modded version of Turtles in Time overall. A few similar levels, but used in new ways, and is a completely different game altogether, even if there are similarities between the two. As with other Konami games on the Genesis, Hyperstone was a Genesis exclusive version of a Konami franchise. Most gamers are aware of this, but Konami was in the business of releasing exclusive versions of their franchises for the Genesis, even when the games were identically named with their Super Nintendo counterparts, like Sunset Riders for example. While Castlevania Bloodlines and Contra Hardcore were completely new games in their franchises, Hyperstone Heist is a bit of a middle ground, where it's similar to the Super Nintendo version of Turtles 4, but still different enough to stand as its own game. And in my unpopular opinion, taking my bias that this is the one I have owned for 24 years as of making this video, is actually better than Turtles in Time in its own way. Inevitably, I can't talk about Hyperstone without mentioning Turtles in Time. The two games are almost intertwined, so I'll cover a few things I see rightfully noted in comparison videos, and give you my reasoning as to why I like Hyperstone just a little bit better, despite considering both to be two of the best beat-em-ups of all time. In comparisons, people rightfully mention the obvious big difference between the two, that being the Mode 7 scrolling effects absent from Hyperstone, as the Genesis wasn't capable or very capable of doing them, as the Super Nintendo was. Hyperstone lacks the cool effect of throwing your enemies at the screen that Turtles 4 has. I also think Turtles in Time has a better selection of boss characters over Hyperstone, and more of them, including some dual boss fights. Turtles in Time is also a little longer in length than Hyperstone, however, after years of playing Manhattan Project, both are super short. It also offers a versus mode and a time attack mode, but who cares about those? I don't. Imagine my surprise that Christmas Day sitting down and beating the game with my brother in one sitting. It did not take long until we were singing along with Pizza Power in the end credits. However, as with both Turtles in Time and Hyperstone, that never stopped us from playing them again and again. On the music end, Time versus Hyperstone, I actually prefer Hyperstone. But that's because that's the one I've owned longer, but the differences are close enough that I leave that one up to your personal preference as to which of the two sounds better. Graphical effects and slight length differences aside, Hyperstone still edges out the venerable Turtles in Time when it comes to the core gameplay. I can't speak for the PAL versions of either game, nor for those of you who play them on emulators, as I've never used emulation outside of official compilation packs, that is. However, Hyperstone runs smoother and moves faster than Turtles in Time, which feels a little sluggish by comparison. Hyperstone also assigns the run maneuver to the C button, meaning the player can run at will and can smoothly pull off the run maneuvers without any delay. This makes the run moves an integral part of the gameplay in Hyperstone. In order to pull off a run maneuver in Turtles in Time, you are left with two imperfect options. The first option being the auto run option, which in holding the D-pad in one direction for a certain amount of time causes your turtle to automatically sprint. As you might expect, this causes a delay before allowing players to use a run maneuver, and makes running seem almost random at times, and it doesn't allow for these maneuvers to be a reliable part of your strategy in the game. The second imperfect option in the game is to turn on manual running, which requires the player to double tap the desired direction on the D-pad. This also causes a delayed response, and while more reliable than auto run, works spottily at best in the game. Just pressing one button to handle all sprinting in the game feels a lot more intuitive. Mix that with the amazing D-pad of the Genesis 6-button controller, the only controller I've used for my Genesis for 23 to 24 years now, and Hyperstone runs smoother and controls a lot better. If you happen to own both the original games for the original systems, feel free to play both and disagree with me if you choose to do so, as I am not so dogmatic about my opinion to think that my opinion is fact. Quite frankly, if you still love Turtles in Time a lot better than Hyperstone, that's fine with me actually. I just prefer Hyperstone. Yes, partially possibly because of my bias in this being my first experience with either game and gameplay style, but hey, if you disagree, that's fine with me. I don't really care, it's cool. The bottom line. Forgive me if this video morphed into less of a review and more of a comparison of Hyperstone versus Turtles in Time. But while both are definitely worth picking up, Hyperstone will always be the better of the two in my humble opinion, due to its smoother gameplay and better control mechanics. Checking on Amazon and eBay, Hyperstone will cost you a little bit more than Turtles in Time will, seeing as it was a Genesis release and more overlooked. However, Manhattan Project is cheaper than both of them for you Nintendo fans out there. You actually can't go wrong with any of those three. MDK, standing for, well, no one quite knows what it stands for. The most widely accepted meaning is Max Dr. Kurt, but it could also stand for Mission Deliver Kindness from the game's manual, or for those of us who remember the movie Demolition Man, and the meaning I always assumed, Murder, Death, Kill, with many other possible meanings, sort of an inside joke from the developers. Though it got a decent amount of attention, and even scored highly in magazine reviews at the time, MDK is one of those games that has slipped through the cracks of time, nearly forgotten by gamers as time went by. Published by Playmates, and initially developed on the PC by Shiny Entertainment, the house that Earthworm Jim built, the PS1 port was handled by Neversoft Entertainment, who would later go on to make Warbucks off of the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater franchise. The first MDK has long been forgotten, and has even been overshadowed by its still overlooked but far more popular BioWare-developed sequel, MDK 2, or MDK 2 Armageddon for the PS2 port.
What was supposed to be a mere 5-day expedition in space to study flange orbits turned into Dr. Fluke Hawkins and his research assistant Kurt staying in space on the Doctor's homemade spaceship for years, thus leaving the Doctor work on his other inventions, one of which being a 6-legged dog that Kurt named Max, but the Doc insists on calling Bones. While in space, Max, is the first to notice the streams on the outer fringes of the solar system. Not until the streams hit Earth did they realize the real purpose of these streams. They were a means of transport for an alien race who call themselves Stream Riders. Led by an alien named Gunter Glut, they have one objective: strip mine the Earth for its rich mineral deposits, bringing down huge mining cities through the streams with which to do it. It's up to Kurt in his special suit, tailor-made by Doc Hawkins, to send the aliens packing.
MDK is an action-focused third-person shooter. The game's general premise is simple. If it moves, shoot at it until it's dead. That oversimplification may make it sound like MDK is a mostly mindless shooter, and the main meat of the gameplay does come down to jump, dodge, and shoot. The levels are designed to keep things fresh, each area having its own specific objectives. Whether the objectives are as simple as kill everything in a, by PS1 standards, impressively large outdoor environment using your sniper helmet to pick off targets in the distance to progress, to even some small puzzle and jumping elements. Each new area has enough thought put into it to keep the action from getting stale, even if all these elements do take a back seat to the action. And when it comes to it, MDK doesn't let up. The only rest it gives you from the exhilarating action, aside from the puzzle and jumping elements, are the loading hallways between each area in the game. And there's even some variety thrown into those by the developers, adding mini-games of sorts on occasion, like a tube sliding game, and even a little bit of snowboarding. But both are a little shallow in nature, not being fleshed out as scenes like that have become since the time MDK came out. But they are nice touches. Since Kurt lives on a homemade spacecraft with Doc and Max, each level starts with Kurt entering the Earth's atmosphere while dodging radar and missiles while collecting power-ups on his way to each huge mine crawler on which the game's levels take place. Kurt doesn't go into each level empty-handed. Though his arsenal isn't the most impressive for a game of this type, his two main weapons are his trusty chain gun, which thankfully has unlimited ammo, and the game's most unique weapon. At any time, Kurt is able to attach his chain gun to his helmet, which turns it into a previously mentioned sniper helmet, allowing you to zoom in and take enemies out from a distance. The sniper helmet is pretty much required for most of the boss fights, and is brought into the level designs at times as a means of progression. But it's also useful to take down tougher enemies from afar. The game even keeps a tally of the headshots you earn in each level. The bullet cam is also a nice touch. Alongside Kurt's chain gun, which you can gain a super chain gun power-up for that gives you 200 rounds that do massive damage in a short time, and his sniper helmet, which has multiple types of ammo, like homing grenade rounds and mortars, Kurt also has a number of other useful items he uses along the way. At his disposal are your standard grenades, the Mighty Hammer, a giant hammer that creates a magnitude 12.9 earthquake, a throwable tornado, a dummy decoy, a self-inflating punching bag with a rather convincing drawing of Kurt on it,
drawing all enemy fire towards it until the time runs out. And the world's most interesting bomb. A bomb disguised in a really alluring box that keeps enemies mesmerized until the box opens and blows them up. Suffice to say that despite the serious action MDK has to offer, in typical Shiny fashion, the game has a great mixture of solid gameplay and a good sense of humor. There's even a nod to Earthworm Jim in the game, where hitting icons of Jim's head will send cows flying down on opponents. Groovy! Graphically speaking, MDK has a unique art design. One that's hard to describe in any other way than a trademark Shiny art style. Similar to the ones in games like Earthworm Jim and Wild 9, two other Shiny developed games. Sort of a dark, futuristic, and yet humorous world. It's hard to describe off the top of my head, because I can't really even think of any movies that would have a similar design. I can only describe it as a Shiny art design. The environments have a decent amount of detail in parts, but other times look almost first-gen PS1. Simple colored polygons with no texture maps. But the outdoor environments have a very impressive draw distance, taking the PS1 hardware into consideration. That being said, the visuals really shine in the special effects department, showcasing some of the best special effects to be seen on the PS1. Level 2-7 is a perfect example of the special effects on display in MDK. The game also moves at a blazingly fast speed, with slowdown occasionally rearing its ugly head, but it doesn't affect the gameplay. The explosions look nice, and the enemies have a good amount of detail by PS1 standards. Kurt himself, however, appears to be a two-dimensional sprite. The only time you see a polygonal model of him is during the falling scenes. However, the overall visual package is still solid by today's standards, with its unique art style, eye-pleasing special effects, and blistering frame rate. Controlling Kurt also feels natural. The main movement may have a similar Tomb Raider tank control scheme, but Kurt moves so much faster than Lady Croft. And he also sidesteps in a flash. And for those who dread D-pad controls for movement and aiming, not only are the controls completely customizable, but MDK also supports the old dual analog controller, the one Sony released before the DualShock, meaning that those gamers who are more used to modern control schemes will be more at home with MDK than a lot of other older PS1 games. I personally just use the D-pad, but it's certainly nice to have the option, especially in a PS1 game from 1997. The jumping scenes can sometimes be a small pain as well, because of how fast Kurt moves, but they are made more manageable due to Kurt's ribbon parachute. And falling down isn't quite as frustrating in MDK as it is in games like Tomb Raider. That was a really bad Tomb Raider, because Kurt moves so fast.
Alert! Alert!
The music is also worth mentioning because it actually adds to the unique atmosphere of MDK. but I would expect no less coming from Tommy Tallarico. That's actually how you have to say his name, I'm serious. I'm not really good at describing music, but there's a reason why Tallarico comes so highly rated. And the atmosphere in MDK wouldn't be the same without the music. It fits the game that well. And for those of you who may have a good old-fashioned CD player lying around, you can pop the disc in and hear the entire soundtrack. But whatever you do, don't play track 1. Those of you who have ever put a PS1 disc into a CD player and played the first track know what I'm talking about. Just about the worst sound ever made. Or perhaps to quote the hidden track of one of my personal favorite PS1 games, and forgive me if it isn't word for word. As you can see, this is a PlayStation black disc. Cut number 1 contains computer data, so please, don't play it. But you probably won't listen to me anyway, will you? If MDK has one big flaw, it has to do with its short length. Having only 6 levels, you can actually sit down and play through it in one sitting. However, there are 3 difficulty levels to play through, and a number of hidden areas to find throughout the game. So there's still more to find after your initial playthrough, but once you've found it all and seen it all, there really isn't a whole lot to bring most gamers back. The boss fights are also relatively easy, with the end boss fight being the easiest in the game, which is slightly disappointing. The ending sequence is also a bit of a letdown for those looking for a deep reward for their time invested. But considering the era of gaming that MDK was released in, it's a forgivable flaw. The idea of cinematic story-based gaming wouldn't see full mainstream success until games like Metal Gear Solid and Half-Life hit in 1998, a year or so later than MDK. Previously, the idea of cinematic storytelling was a niche idea found predominantly in role-playing games. The bottom line. MDK may have been long forgotten in the folds of time, overshadowed even by its own nearly forgotten sequel. But with its fast, furious gameplay, well thought out level design, unique art style, and great soundtrack, it's still worth going back and playing. Don't let the short length deter you from playing this underrated PS1 gem. MDK is also available on the PC, but my disturbing lack of internet means that I can't easily check to see if the PC version is available on Steam. However, if you're watching this vid, that means you can easily check yourself. And just one quick final note. One thing I did find on this game that is rather disturbing. You know those people who play the demos and then record it and then put it in the game and it's like the worst played demo ever? I would like to nominate this game for the worst played demo ever. Why, Kurt? Why are you shooting at the wall? Why aren't you killing enemies? Why would they put this in the game? Just another little hidden nugget of goodness. Please, do not judge MDK by this poorly played demo. 'Cause if you did, I don't know what to say about that.
Released in November 1997, the PC version of Quake II made huge waves in the PC gaming world. It later went on to be the most played online game of 1998. It was the Call of Duty of its day, and console ports were seemingly inevitable. Almost 2 years after the PC version hit, the N64 finally got its chance to get in on the Quake II action. And that begs the question, how does Quake II on the Nintendo 64 stack up to the PC version? Well, it really doesn't. But not in the way you think. You see, the N64 version of Quake II is nothing like the PC version, weapons and enemies aside. It's actually sort of like its own Quake II mission pack, because the developers decided to go with 19 original levels over just a simple port. The game plays in the typical old-school shooter fashion. You'll get different objectives to complete in each of the game's levels, but it basically just comes down to the old throw the switch and get the key type. However, Quake II was never about puzzle solving, and this port is no different. It's all about the action in Quake, and this game delivers in droves. Throughout Quake II 64, you'll be forced to deal with the hordes of enemies that come your way. This is no simple task, but thankfully this port has almost all of the meaty and heavy-hitting weapons of the PC original, which equip you to deal with all the baddies the Strog throw your way. A lot of modern shooters don't retain that oomph in their weapons, but enemy reactions and damage dealt by the weapons in Quake II make most of the weapons incredibly satisfying to wield, a feeling you don't get in a lot of more modern shooters anymore. If you get tired of fragging the not-so-bright AI enemies, or have already beaten through the game has a pretty fun deathmatch for up to 4 players. No bots, though. Quake II steals its control scheme from Turok, where you move with the C buttons and aim with the analog stick, which works pretty well. There is a little bit lost in translation from PC to console, which is to be expected, where it'll oftentimes take you a little extra time to line up your shots, especially with the railgun, just perfect on an enemy, which can cause you to take a few hits before you pull the trigger on them. Graphically, the game runs smooth and looks high-res, especially with an expansion pack. But the enemy animations are extremely choppy, even with the expansion pack. The music is also different from the originals. The music in the N64 version is now more ambient in nature, as opposed to the more adrenaline-pumping tracks of the PC original. The weapon sounds, though, are faithfully reproduced. The bottom line. Though it's nothing like the PC original, Quake II on the N64 still manages to be a fun addition to any N64 gamer's first-person shooter collection, and is actually one of my favorites on the system overall. If you've still got a 64 and want a good single-player and multiplayer, with friends that is, shooter game, then Quake II is worth a look. However, if you've never been a big fan of the Doom Quake style, then this game probably won't change your mind on the matter.
Hello and welcome. teh2Dgamer back again with an underrated gem review for Grand Prix Challenge on the Sony PlayStation 2. Unlike most of my underrated gems videos where I let the gameplay speak for itself, I decided that with over a decade of rust playing simulation racing games, I would do Grand Prix Challenge more justice in a review format. However, before I get into Grand Prix Challenge, I've decided to go over a little bit of gaming history with all of you. When the PS2 specs were first announced, the hype over the reported capabilities of Sony's new system was off the charts. Capabilities like the ability to push 60 million flat shaded polygons a second, without effects. A number that really meant nothing unless developers were going to make games without other things that tax the system, like textures, lighting, physics, and etc. However, this reality didn't come into the hype machine. I even remember George Lucas being quoted as saying that 60 million polygons a second would be up to the visual standards of the pod racing scenes in The Phantom Menace. On September 13th, 1999, just 4 days after the Dreamcast's North American launch, Sony unveiled the final design of the PlayStation 2 at that year's Tokyo Game Show, in a move to steal some of the Dreamcast's thunder in the eyes of gamers. Previously, all gamers had to go on were still frames of tech demos and early screens of games in development from the mainstream magazines at the time. If there was one group of gamers who were not all impressed with the PS2's early graphical showings or technical specs, aside from PC gamers who were never impressed with console anything, it was Dreamcast fans. After all the hype of the system's capabilities and the lackluster graphical showings in the PS2 launch titles, Dreamcast fans asked one simple question. Why do PS2 launch titles look worse than Dreamcast games? As PS2 ports of Dreamcast games came onto the scene, reportedly being inferior to their Dreamcast counterparts both graphically and not running as well, or even Dreamcast games that look better than their PS2 counterparts altogether, the fanboy flame wars heated up on gaming forums everywhere, with Dreamcast fans claiming that Sega's console had superior graphics to the PS2. While the debate covered and still covers a large variety of games, one debate still sticks into my mind even to this day. With first-generation PS2 racing games like Ridge Racer 5 and Driving Emotion Type S suffering heavily from first-generation PS2 visual glitches, like the dreaded jaggies and shimmering, or in the case of Driving Emotion, also suffering from terrible handling. I mean, seriously, I am not trying to go off the road in this gameplay! Dreamcast fans were quick to note that not only did these games not look better than Dreamcast racers, but neither of them was even close to Test Drive Le Mans. Even the later PS2 port of Le Mans 24 Hours, which I do not own as of yet, would be reportedly inferior graphically to the Dreamcast version. Finally, Sony released the hugely anticipated Gran Turismo 3 in the summer of 2001 in North America. The debate was over. No one could argue that GT3 looked leaps and bounds better than anything on the Dreamcast.
Dreamcast fanboys would finally have to concede the PS2's victory.
Right? Well, not exactly. Dreamcast fans fired back with one last retort. While Gran Turismo 3 did indeed look better than even Test Drive Le Mans, their counter was to point out that Le Mans looked almost as good as GT3, but had a maximum of 24 cars on the screen, compared to Gran Turismo 3's mere 8 cars. And with the PS2 port of Le Mans reportedly not being as good, this was still touted as proof that the Dreamcast was more powerful than the PS2. So what, you may ask, does this ancient relic of fanboy flame wars of the past have to do with Grand Prix Challenge? Melbourne House, the team behind Test Drive Le Mans and the Dreamcast, also developed Grand Prix Challenge on the PS2. And in many ways, I would consider it an F1 sequel to Test Drive Le Mans. I do not remember which YouTuber suggested Grand Prix Challenge to me, but I do remember that it came highly recommended. I put it on my list of games to get, But oddly enough, someone I know gave me 5 of their leftover PS2 games, and right there in the middle of the stack was Grand Prix Challenge. After booting it up, I quickly found out why it came so highly recommended. Grand Prix Challenge is an officially licensed F1 game, which covers the 2002 racing season. It lets players tear up the tracks with official F1 teams on official F1 courses. Players are given the option to tear it up in Quick Race, which throws players into a race but in last position. Grand Prix, which is also a single race event but allows for qualifying and tuning options. Championship, which takes players through all 17 race venues to complete the season. Grand Prix Challenge, which puts players in 10 race challenges with each challenge upping the difficulty as it goes on, taking away things like the ability to turn the AI opponents on easy or beginner and medium handling settings, meaning that by the last challenge, the player is racing in full sim mode with full rules, damage on, hard AI, and on their own racing skill without any handling help. Time Trial, where players can race against the clock or a ghost car to complete the fastest lap, and Multiplayer, which allows 2 friends to go head-to-head in Grand Prix. While my experience with F1 games is extremely limited, meaning I am unable to comment on how it stacks up to other F1 racers on the PS2, I can say that the gameplay in Grand Prix Challenge is incredibly satisfying in its own right, and the controls feel spot on, so long as you are using the D-pad to steer like I do, as the analog controls take some getting used to with the threat of overcorrecting. This is also the kind of game that racing steering wheel controllers were made for. But again, I cannot comment on how the controls feel with the racing steering wheel controller because I do not have one on the PS2. Those new to simulation racing games, or those who suck at them like I do, will find Grand Prix Challenge to be the perfect beginning simulation racer. One of the race options is the ability to set the handling on beginner, which means that like in Test Drive Le Mans, the game will actually brake for you on all the tight turns, meaning all you have to worry about is making the turn. This is what I call the training wheels mode, which will help newbies and those with lesser sim racing skills to still be able to play and enjoy the game. The only downside to the beginner handling setting is that it can be used as a crutch to keep you from trying to improve your skills. However, the Grand Prix Challenge mode is the perfect mode to help new players learn the skills necessary to compete on their own without the beginning handling, bringing about the thrill of true simulation driving done in your own skill. Graphically speaking, by PS2 standards, for a game developed in 2002, not only does the game look really good, with cool touches like smoke effects and tires that pick up sand and grass should you go off the road, not that I would know, but the game moves at a constant 60 frames per second. Even with 21 cars ahead of you in the middle of a rainstorm with particle effects galore, like raindrops on the screen as you play, the game doesn't slow down. I was, however, unable to test slowdown in the multiplayer mode as of making this video. This game looks great for a PS2 game and has an immaculate frame rate to boot. If there are any downsides to Grand Prix Challenge, it would have to be the shorter play length when compared to the overwhelming amount of racing modes in games like Gran Turismo. There are a few things to unlock like all the tracks and even a harder AI difficulty, but overall, Grand Prix Challenge will not keep you as long as other racing sims. The tuning options are also pretty bare bones. This isn't the game to build a car from the ground up in. Also, Gran Turismo and Test Drive Le Mans fans will not find the coveted 24-hour endurance races here. You can set the lap options to the full F1 race lengths for the true sim feel, but as an F1 game, Grand Prix does not have the hardcore appeal of the full 24-hour race. Which, if you ask me, no big loss there. The bottom line. This is one for racing purists. Those who love the thrill of simulation racing should definitely look into Grand Prix Challenge. Those who are new or have a lower skill are also welcome to enjoy this truly underrated game. So, now that I have informed you of the great fanboy graphics debate of the PS2 versus the Dreamcast, what happens and who wins when we compare Grand Prix Challenge to Test Drive Le Mans on the Sega Dreamcast? The answer is simple. The person playing both games to do the comparison wins, because they're both great and you should look into both of them. Test Drive Le Mans was also released on the PC, the PS2, the PS1, and even the Game Boy Advance. Check into Test Drive Le Mans if you have never played it, and check into Grand Prix because it's an underrated game.
You know the drill. This mission will test your abilities. The test is simple. All you have to do is destroy all MTs that have entered this region. Should you succeed, you will be registered as a Raven in the arena. If you fail, you die.
How did I spend the PS4's North American launch day, you ask? Well, I spent it by finally beating Armored Core 2. Seeing as Armored Core 2 was a launch game for the PS2, it seemed almost a fitting way for me to spend my day. In hindsight, the PS2's launch lineup was a little lackluster in its offerings. Since I was a mere high school student back in October 2000 when the system launched, I had very little chance of owning one. And even if I had the money at the time, the massive system shortages would have been another hindrance to my goal of owning one. So, being deprived of experiencing the system on day one, I have since gone back and tried to collect all the launch games. And I'm pretty close to that goal too. The problem with the launch lineup wasn't that all the games were horrible. They just weren't revolutionary. The PS2 was a system people bought with the promise of future games like Metal Gear Solid 2 and Final Fantasy X. No one cared about Grand Theft Auto at that point because the series only hit it huge after Grand Theft Auto 3. There was very little in the launch lineup that screamed next generation from a design standpoint, with the exception of maybe SSX, but that's debatable. And though Armored Core 2 does fall into the classification of being a prettier PS1 game, having 3 games released previously on the PS1, it is still one of the best PS2 launch games.
The Earth has been destroyed by a war known as the Great Destruction. People have been forced to move underground to live. After a long struggle between giant corporations to gain control of the Earth, a new Earth government has finally formed, taking the power away from those corporations. As the new government is formed with the focus of cleaning up the Earth and making it livable for inhabitants, the memory of a pre-war effort to colonize Mars is brought back to the forefront, and immigration to the terraformed red planet is now encouraged. Like sharks swimming to blood in the water, the corporations again jump on the chance to regain power on a new planet, taking on the newly formed and nearly powerless Mars government known as the LLC. You are a Raven, part of a mercenary force of AC, or in other words, giant mech, operators for hire by the highest bidder, and you are pulled into the conflict between the corporations and the Mars government in a game of financial gain. Who will gain ultimate control as the story unfolds? Who cares? There's money to be made, ACs to customize, arena battles to be won, and a lot of stuff to blow up in the meantime. Nothing personal, you're a mercenary, and it's just business.
Right from the start of the game, you'll notice that Armored Core 2 is a tough game. From learning the difficult controls to the steep cost of parts to customize your AC versus the sometimes low payouts from the missions, to the strict ammo management in the missions, and even the sometimes grueling arena battles, Armored Core 2 isn't a game for those looking to casually jump in a giant mech and blow things up. Armored Core goes more for the sim feel versus, say, the more arcadey feel of games like Gun Griffin Blaze, which was another PS2 launch title. Gun Griffin Blaze is more suited for those looking for casual destruction in their mission-based action. Armored Core 2 forces players to claw, scratch, and fight their way all the way to the point where they can finally get ahead. Not only does the game force you to pay for ammo spent and damage occurred in each mission, but failing one mission can give you negative cash, putting you in a hole you can't easily climb out of. This is a game where I found myself saving after everything I did and reloading after every failed mission. I'm actually surprised the load and save screen images aren't burnt in my TV permanently. Something that most gamers forget, or perhaps were too young to remember, is that the PS1 wasn't released with an analog controller. Even after the dual analog controller and the DualShock controller were released for the system, developers were still slow to adopt them into their development, and even those who did still had to create control setups for the original controller as well. Only a small handful of games required a DualShock. Games like Ape Escape and RC Stunt Copter come to mind. So seeing as developers spent their development time in the PS1 era developing control schemes for both analog and digital controllers, it's not a surprise that early PS2 games didn't make full use of the DualShock controllers either. What makes the control scheme in Armored Core 2 so tough is that From Software completely ignored the analog sticks during development, making aiming and movement a lot tougher than it should be. I played through the entire game on the default control setting, which requires you to press the trigger buttons to look up and down. After years of being used to moving and aiming with the analog sticks, going back to a digital pad control scheme is really tough to get the hang of. However, after a while of playing, it finally clicks. The controls have a very steep learning curve to them, but eventually you get used to them, even if they never quite feel perfect. The weakness in the control is made up for with an auto-targeting system that works pretty well most of the time, but sometimes it acts up, targeting the wrong enemy. However, this is only a minor weakness and doesn't occur all the time in the game. The control weaknesses, however, become a practice in frustration when you have an enemy that moves fast and flies around a lot. The arena battles had me infuriated at times because of the sluggish feel of looking up and down with the trigger buttons. And because of the more sim feel, the sluggish turning speeds sometimes make it feel like you're a sitting duck being unfairly pelted, which can add to the frustration. All that being said, in typical fashion, only after I'd already beaten the game did I find out that the controls were 100% customizable. Though you still can't set it to analog control, I found that I could change it to a similar control scheme to games like Descent and Forsaken on the PS1, using the face buttons to move and the D-pad to aim. I was kicking myself once I figured out how much faster and easier this made aiming. This makes controlling a lot easier and aiming a lot faster, although still not perfect. When you break down the missions in Armored Core 2, the game falls into the classification of a mission-based vehicle shooter. The 35 available missions, though having a good variety to them to keep the action from getting stale, remind me of games like the original Gun Griffin on the Saturn, or even the Strike series, with the exception of those missions that have an exploration element to them that actually reminds me a little bit of dungeon crawl games like From Software's own King's Field series. The missions generally take place in large outdoor environments and have simple objectives like attack, defend, protect, or just destroy everything within the preset boundaries of the playing field. There is a good variety of enemies to take on, and the storyline will sometimes throw plot twists in there, giving you a surprise boss fight in what seemed to be a routine mission. Enough thought was put into the missions to keep things interesting at every turn. There is also an added strategic element in that, with the exception of a few long missions in the game, there are no health and no ammo refills at all. The ammo you have at the beginning of every mission is the only ammo you will have throughout the entire mission. This makes strategic use of your ammo of the utmost importance. This also affects the weapon you choose to take into each mission. That high-powered rifle may make a devastating explosion, but it only carries 40 rounds, and this mission has 100 enemies to kill. The same goes with your health. You may be a giant walking tank, but if you don't learn how to take cover, you're not going to make it through. Your ammo use and damage incurred in each mission, as previously stated, is also deducted from the payout of each mission. So it is to your best interest to be conservative with both. Having limits on both adds to the strategic element of the game, but it also adds to the difficulty. Armored Core 2 also gives players an arena mode, for those times when you get tired of the missions, thus adding more variety. In arena mode, or as I call it, virtual on mode, you fight your way through 49 enemies, up from rank 50 to the rank of 9 breaker or first place. Like Sega's Virtual On, this is a one-on-one fighting mode. You choose your field of battle and then go head-on against your opponent, trying to kill them before they kill you. As you may imagine, taking on an arena opponent means facing the best and the hardest enemies in the game. Each opponent has their own strategy, their own AC loadouts, and they know how to move and dodge, meaning the difficulty amps up really quickly. However, I found that the combat training in the arena mode helped me face enemies in the missions. The best part of the arena mode is that you don't have to pay for the repairs to your AC unit, and you can continue indefinitely. Certain opponents will also send you parts via your in-game email upon defeating them. When you win, it's pure cash, and that can help you buy much needed parts and weapons for your AC. And that's where Armored Core really gets into the sim mode, the customization. The official number of possible combinations for your AC unit is 10 billion, but those numbers are a bit padded because they take color combinations into account. However, customization is where Armored Core truly shines. All the money you earn from the missions and in the arena goes to buy parts or weapons for your AC unit. There are hundreds of parts in this game. You customize down to the minute simulated detail. You choose your AC's head, core, legs, arms, back unit, booster, generator, color, weapon loadouts, and etc. Artistic gamers can even create a custom emblem for their AC unit. Do you go for mobility, having a faster but weaker AC unit, hoping that the mobility will make up for the lower defense? Or do you go for the all-out beast that has high attack and high armor but low mobility? Or maybe somewhere in the middle? Do you want standard legs with your unit? Or maybe one with reverse joints? Perhaps tank tracks? Do you go for a good missile launcher and a machine gun? Or do you want dual plasma cannons mounted on your back? Better get some legs that can hold the weight. What kind of arms do you want? Better get light ones for mobility, or heavy armored ones if you're going to get pelted. Make sure you can carry the rifle you want. Or who needs a rifle? Why not forego that and get arms that are mounted missile launchers? There's also the loadout you use for missions and the ones you have strictly for arena battles. The customization options are nearly endless, and customization is what has always set the Armored Core series apart from other mech games. The complexity of it alone puts its depth leaps and bounds above similar games, but complexity demands a lot of attention and time on the part of the player. This will turn off those looking for a more user-friendly, casual experience in their mech games. The depth of the series is also why the Armored Core series has a rabid cult following, but has never seen huge mainstream success either. But I'm not joking when I tell you that some people who watch this video will be able to name most of the parts in my loadout off the top of their heads. When you finally beat all 35 missions, they open up for you to replay. Or if you missed a mission because you often have a choice of what missions you take and for what faction, meaning some missions disappear if you choose to work for the opposite faction, you will have the option to finally complete it. This adds a little bit more replay value to the game. That being said, if you tire of the campaign missions and tire of the arena battles against the computer, you can take your souped up mech and fight against your friend's mech in a 2-player split screen battle. This also adds to the longevity of the game. There is also an option for a system link battle, but unless you have 2 early model PS2 systems with the Firewire port, which Sony quickly phased out of the system's design early on, this option isn't available to use. Graphically speaking, graphics hounds won't find a whole lot here to please their eyes. Armored Core 2 was a first-generation PS2 game. The PS2 was a system that was very difficult for developers to get a handle on in the beginning because of its strange architecture. Though the visuals are clean, they still suffer from a lot of first-generation PS2 graphic issues, like the dreaded jaggies because of the lack of anti-aliasing. The game also has a tendency to slow down when the action gets heavy, which in hindsight isn't a big deal in a PS2 game, but at the time, when the system launched, we all thought that slowdown would be a thing of the past. It would have been almost inexcusable. Overall, the game still looks decent, but definitely didn't help quench the fires of the fanboy arguments at the time that the Dreamcast has better graphics than the PS2. Some people still argue that. However, through it all, I still can't help but wonder if maybe this was someone's personal introduction to PS2 graphics because it was a launch game. Not everyone had a Dreamcast at the time, or a gaming PC with a Voodoo 3 3D accelerator, or was it Voodoo 2 at the time? I don't remember. So I can actually see someone's eyes melting if this was their first jump from the grainy PS1 or blurry N64 graphics into the next generation. It seems pretty simplistic by today's standards, but it would have been pretty magical for the viewer at the time. Just one of those things I ponder at the release of the PS4 yet again. The bottom line. Even though I have owned the original Armored Core and Project Phantasma for over a decade on the PS1, Armored Core 2 is actually the first game in the series that I finally took the time to play. Even though I thoroughly enjoyed my time with the game over the past week or so, I realize that it's more for the niche gamer, with its awkward controls, deep customization options, and high difficulty. However, those who tough through the game will find a deep and rewarding experience. If you're looking for something different, or have always had an interest in playing the Armored Core series, give this one or one of the other games in the Armored Core series a try. All things said and done, this is a great series, and Armored Core 2 would have been a great buy for early PS2 gamers.
If you fail, you die. You die. You die. You die.
I'm trying something new here. Every week I will randomly reach into one of my many boxes filled with games and pull out one to play for a week. Then I'll do a little mini review of it. This week I randomly pulled out Taito Legends 2. The PS2 has a ton of really good retro compilations. Capcom Classics Collection, Midway Arcade Treasures, Mega Man Anniversary and X Collection, the Sega Genesis Collection, Sonic Mega Collection Plus, Activision Anthology, and the list goes on and on. It's actually really staggering to see all of them. Out of the really good compilations, Taito Legends 2 easily ranks as one of my personal favorites. This retro compilation by Taito, one of the most celebrated developers among the hardcore niche gamers out there, showcases 39 classic arcade games and spans the nearly 20-year gap from 1979 with Lunar Rescue to 1997 with G. Darius. I have the first Taito Legends on the original Xbox, but Legends 2 has the better selection of games in my opinion. As with a lot of compilations of this type, you do get your fair share of awkward games that really haven't aged the best by today's standards. One that comes to mind is Violence Fight. It's a two-player fighting game that was released before Street Fighter II, and it doesn't have what we would generally consider normal or standard gameplay for that genre because it was released before, the standard bearer of the fighting game genre, Street Fighter II. And then there are some games that just really weren't that good to begin with. For example, Nastar Warrior. It's a sequel to Taito's classic Rastan, and not only does it not live up to its classic prequel, it's just really not that good of a game by any standards. Not today's standards or the standards of yesteryear. But that being said, I am glad that they did include it on the compilation for completion purposes. There are a couple of other examples I could make for games that feel a bit dated in their play, however they don't harm the overall feel of this compilation. No developer has hit gold in every single game they have ever released. Not a single one. And this compilation still has a great list of games, including some lesser known games that I was really surprised by. Up until this week I could never figure out the legend of Kage. I couldn't even get past the first part of the game. But I always dug the Legend of the Eight Samurai vibe the game had. It's a classic Japanese movie, you should really check it out if you've never seen it. Though the gameplay isn't as tight as, say, Shinobi or Ninja Gaiden, the Legend of Kage still has plenty of action to be had. Its control scheme is a little awkward, making you hit up to jump, but overall it's a decent game. A tough game, but decent enough once you get the hang of it. Continuing, however, seems to take you back to the beginning of the game. Or maybe I just suck and I didn't make it past the first level. Dungeon magic has become one of my favorites on Legends 2. Imagine Knights of the Round meets Zelda, where you explore dungeons replete with baddies to kill, treasure to collect, booby traps, and a big boss at the end of each level. But then imagine it's made with arcade gaming in mind, and you'll have a basic idea of what dungeon magic has to offer. It's really a unique blend of genres, and as a huge beat-em-up fan, I was really surprised by this one. And like the majority of the games on Legends 2, there is a two-player co-op option, and that expands the fun considerably. Quicks is definitely a unique concept. The player moves their marker to create squares in order to block in the quicks, those wavy lines in the center of the square, while avoiding little sparks that follow you. If the sparks touch you, you die. If the quicks touches your line, you die. Unique concept, and for whatever reason it gives me that 80s Tron vibe. Balloon Bomber has that classic Atari age feel to it. You are an anti-aircraft gun shooting at balloons that are dropping bombs. Hence the name Balloon Bomber. If the bomb hits the ground, a crater is made and you can't drive over it. This can leave the player stuck in one spot helpless as the balloons drop their bombs on you. Luckily, you can also shoot their bombs. Who says destructible environments are an original idea? Okay, that's just a joke there. Obviously, the modern version is a little bit different. To be honest, I have never gotten around to playing an elevator action game. Elevator Action 2 has eaten up a bunch of my time this week. The concept is simple enough. You choose one of 3 characters and ride elevators through a building, killing enemies and looking behind doors to collect data, or to gain new items to use. The enemies also pop out of doors too, and the action gets more intense as time goes on. It's a simple concept with some really addictive gameplay behind it. Ray Maze, assuming that's how this is pronounced, is another surprising one to me. If Pac-Man upgraded to a trike that could collect power-ups like an energy shield and the ability to shoot lasers at his enemies, he would end up with something like Ray Maze. I was sucked into this one for a good while. And though it is one of the many Pac-Man clones, if you will, this one does it right. Its combination of fast gameplay and its own unique twist on the formula set it aside as a really fun game in its own right. It even has giant boss fights thrown in for good measure. And how could I talk about Taito without mentioning Bust-A-Move? Bust-A-Move again has that classic formula that makes the series so addictive. Shooting colored bubbles at bubbles of the same color to make them disappear before time runs out. These games have always been and always will be extremely addictive. This is one of Taito's best known series for a reason. It's just really that fun and really that addictive. There are actually quite a few more games to cover. Some that I enjoyed, some I didn't, and some that were pretty obscure. However, I think that it might be high time that I cover the real reason that Taito Legends 2 is an absolute must-have for retro gamers. As you may expect from the company who pretty much invented the genre with Space Invaders, a game that caused a yen shortage in Japan, Taito Legends 2 showcases a pretty epic grouping of shoot-'em-ups. Aside from there being 3 different versions of Space Invaders on this disc alone, Space Invaders DX, a remastering of the original with the Versus mode and a parody mode, Space Invaders 95, and my personal favorite version, because I don't absolutely suck at it like I do at any game that has to do with dodging and shooting, Majestic 12. MJ12, eh? Alien conspiracy? I wonder. Anyway, there's also a plethora of other great shoot-'em-ups to be played. Games like Gun Frontier, Metal Black, Grid Seeker, and forgive me if I mispronounce this, Gekkirindan, are all high-quality offerings to the genre. However, the real reason why Legends 2 should be in every shoot-'em-up fan's library is because it contains 3 of Taito's most legendary and respected shoot-'em-up games. These 3 alone on a disc would make it a killer compilation. The Darius series is a long-running and well-respected series, and Taito Legends 2 not only has Darius Gaiden, but also G Darius. And if that wasn't overkill of awesomeness, they also threw in Raystorm for good measure. Raystorm is the follow-up to Rayforce and is a 3D polygonal vertical scrolling shoot-'em-up with a lock-on system similar to Panzer Dragoon. Not only do you have to worry about the enemies on your plane of the playing field, but the enemies below you as well, which you take out with said lock-on system. This adds a whole new dimension and strategy to the formula. As with a lot of polygonal shooters, sometimes the screen gets so filled with special effects that it's sometimes hard to see the enemy rounds headed your way. It's also sometimes hard to tell if an enemy is on your plane of the playing field or below you. However, you do eventually learn what to look for through continuous play. Overall, Raystorm is hectic and fun, and also like Panzer, as you kill enemies you fill a special attack meter and then unleash it on hordes of unsuspecting enemies. This one has a unique take on the formula and tight gameplay to boot. This is definitely a killer addition to Taito Legends 2. Darius Gaiden is perhaps the most legendary entry into the Darius series. Ask a room full of shoot-'em-up fans for their top 10 lists and this game is very likely to come up a lot. Shoot-'em-ups are pretty self-explanatory in their concept. You basically just shoot everything that moves while collecting power-ups to upgrade your weapons. And the Darius series also gives players a shield that can take a few hits before it disappears. Without the shield, it's a one-hit death, so there is a little bit of grace in the gameplay. This game doesn't rely on a lot of gimmicks either. It's just straight up fun to play. The biggest gimmick, if you will, is the fact that you fight giant mechanical fish as bosses. Another really cool addition is that the player chooses their own path to the end. Once you beat the starting level, you get to choose between 2 levels on a pyramid setup. There will always be the same number of levels to play through to the end of the game, but you'll never play through it the same way twice. This means it will take a while to fully explore the game and gives the game a ton of replay value. Overall, this game is really fun to play and has a ton of replay value and a good challenge. This classic shoot 'em up needs to be in any shoot 'em up fan's library. This is arguably the killer app of Taito Legends 2. G Darius is the only one of the big 3 that I already owned a home console port of. I even posted it as an underrated PS1 gem because it doesn't get a lot of mention, especially with games like Einhander stealing all the spotlight for the PS1 shoot 'em up scene. I did once try buying Darius Gaiden for the Saturn, but the guy shipping it shipped it disc only, wrapped in a piece of paper, and wrapped in a thin layer of plastic. Suffice to say, the disc looked like someone took a bite out of it. However, since I have more experience with G Darius than the other 2, it's sort of my personal favorite of the 3. This version of Darius is fully polygonal and now gives the player the ability to capture enemies and use them as weapons. The fully polygonal giant fish bosses look pretty impressive still. But as with Raystorm, it is also sometimes hard to make out enemy fire coming your way. There are also not as many levels in G Darius than in Darius Gaiden, so it doesn't have quite as much replay value. That being said, this is a fine addition and it rounds out the top 3 killer apps on Taito Legends 2 very nicely. Some of the more hardcore shoot 'em up fans might note that the Taito Legends versions of these games does give you infinite continues. Because it's the arcade versions, it simulates putting in a credit every time you hit select. That being said, you don't have to hit select if you don't want to. You can actually limit however many credits you use. For people like me who absolutely suck at shoot 'em ups, it's helpful to have infinite continues. But that being said, it does take a lot of challenge out of the game too, because you don't have to start all over, and it's not like that dynamic where you are stuck on a really tough level and you just can't get past this level, so you concentrate more and more and more until you learn the level over and over and over again. Here you can just hit continue and then just spam them with the bombs. But like I said, no one's forcing you to hit select, and you can limit yourself. So it's just kind of up to the player. So that's it for my first edition of these random game grab videos I'm planning to make, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to keep up with them, but I will say I thoroughly enjoyed my time with Taito Legends 2 this week, and it's a great compilation. It should be in any retro gamer's collection. I believe it's also on the Xbox. I'm not sure about the PC, and I don't think it's on the GameCube, but if you're a retro gamer, especially a shoot 'em up fan, this should be in your collection. Tons of great retro games on there, and yeah, I mean, just not much more to say about that. And also, sorry I didn't go a little bit more in depth with some of the reviews, because you could take each game here and do an in-depth review on it. You know, that's the thing with compilations when you gotta cover a bunch of games. But we'll see what I pull out next week. Maybe it'll be a full game, and if I get all the way through it, I'll do a full review. If not, I'll just do a review up to the point that I'm at in the game. So, other than that, I will talk to you later. So, have a great night, great evening, or great whatever. 2D-Gamer signing off.
Out of all the PS2 launch titles, the original Timesplitters still remains my favorite. Games like SSX, Summoner, Smuggler's Run, Armored Core 2, Dynasty Warriors 2, Tekken Tag Tournament, Ridge Racer 5, Unreal Tournament, and even Gun Griffin Blaze were all quality launch offerings for the PS2. But the original Timesplitters is not only the launch title I put the most time in on, but is also one of the PS2 games in general that I've spent the most time with since I got the system. When I first heard that members of the GoldenEye team at Rare had left the company to form Free Radical Design and were working on a game called Timesplitters, I was immediately excited to play this game. Timesplitters, aside from Gran Turismo 3, which was a pack-in game for my PS2, was the first PS2 game I owned. But even before that, I borrowed a friend's PS2, swapping my Dreamcast with him for a week or so. I went right out and rented Timesplitters, meaning this was actually my introduction to the PlayStation 2 system, taken from the back of the game's case.
The Timesplitters are an evil race, dwelling outside of time and space. Roused from an ancient sleep, they cross the threshold from their shadowy dimension, ripping through the fabric of time itself to make humanity history.
The single-player mode in the game is pretty basic. You can tell that Free Radical rushed the game in order to meet the PS2's launch. There is no story development and no complex objectives to complete. The single-player sees players traversing through the various levels, killing enemies while searching for an artifact. Upon finding the artifact, the Timesplitters warp into the map, trying to stop you from getting to the exit. Essentially, each single-player level is a game of capture the flag, or capture the bag, where players run to the artifact and then run to the exit of the map. As I said, it's a pretty basic concept, but what the single-player mode lacks in complexity, it more than makes up for with intensity, as even playing it on easy is very challenging, meaning that sometimes you escape by the skin of your teeth. Each level has its own historical theme, and allows players to choose between a male or female character from that time period. The game has a good sense of humor in its level themes and characters, a serious trait that would be carried on to both Timesplitters sequels. The single-player mode also allows for cooperative play with a friend. The game even carries over the challenge mode ideas from Perfect Dark, where the player has a time limit to complete a certain number of things, like killing 100 ducks, or shooting a certain number of heads off of zombies in a set time limit. That's right, zombie challenge modes. Completing the single-player missions, or the challenge modes, unlock new characters and levels in the mode that is the game's main focus, the multiplayer mode. At its core, Timesplitters is a multiplayer-focused first-person shooter, and in that regard, it excels. You won't find the fast-paced PC Fragfest style of multiplayer found in games like Quake III and Unreal Tournament in Timesplitters. However, you will find the fast-paced, control-centric style Fragfest that we were first introduced to in games like GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. In fact, after playing the entire Timesplitters series, I have found very little reason to revisit either GoldenEye or Perfect Dark outside of their single-player modes. Considering Timesplitters' background, though, I consider the entire series to be the true successor to both GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, and as such, the Timesplitters series perfected that multiplayer style. The multiplayer goes for the pure, fast-paced arcade feel. What Timesplitters lacks in tactics and strategy, it makes up for with severe amounts of mayhem on the screen. To best describe the multiplayer, think Perfect Dark on the N64 on steroids. And without the incredibly annoying blur effect whenever you get punched. The modes offered are your standard deathmatch, where you can also turn on up to 4 teams, capture the bag, your typical capture the flag mode, bag tag, where, as in flag tag, the player or team that possesses the bag for the longest amount of time before the timer runs out wins the round, and escort, where, though not as fleshed out as it could have been, teams must protect a VIP who is walking from the start point to the exit from being killed by the other team. There are even 2 unique modes to the game. One of them, Knockout, requires players or teams to find items on the map and carry them back to their spawn over the course of the match, and the team with the most points at the end wins. And Last Stand, where players must defend their bases from multiple waves of enemies who are trying to destroy said bases. Last Stand does not allow computer-controlled bots to help you, but it does allow for split-screen play with friends. All the standard multiplayer modes allow up to 10 bots to fight with or against, even with split screen, meaning there can be a maximum of 14 player matches. That much mayhem can cause some slowdown, but even when Timesplitters slows down, it still moves faster than your average console shooter. If Free Radical had stopped right there, with the intense single player, the tough challenge modes, and the hectic mayhem of the multiplayer, Timesplitters would still be my most played and favorite launch title. However, they decided to give Timesplitters nearly endless replay value by adding a map editor on top of all the other fun modes, meaning that creative gamers could throw away hours upon hours creating and tweaking their multiplayer map creations to perfection. Though the variety in the map editor tiles in the original Timesplitters pales in comparison to Timesplitters 2 and Future Perfect, and it does not allow players to create single-player levels as its sequels do, the original still allows gamers to create the largest multiplayer maps in the series. What it lacks in refinement, it makes up for in sheer size, allowing for larger map creations. The larger mapmaker maps, overall faster game speed, and the ability to set higher kill counts in multiplayer, making for the option of longer games, are really the only 3 advantages the original has over its sequels. Timesplitters 2 and Future Perfect improved on the original Timesplitters in almost every other conceivable manner. I remember when I first got the game, a friend asking the question, if this is PS2, then why doesn't this game look much better than N64 games? My answer was simple. Do you see how fast the game moves? What Timesplitters lacks in visual luster, having even better looking first-person shooters on the Dreamcast, it more than makes up for in its 60 frames per second frame rate. In fact, Free Radical named the game Timesplitters because of its immaculate frame rate and speed. They even advertised the game with the slogan saying, "Death never came faster," having someone dressed in a death costume do things like win a swimming race. The game was also a launch title, meaning that its visuals are definitely first gen. Timesplitters uses a modern setup, where you move with the left stick and look with the right stick. A mechanic that was still not set in stone in console first-person shooter games as of the year 2000. The game is default inverted look, but you can turn look inversion off by pausing the game and going into the control setup menu. For all of you who play console first-person shooter games the wrong way, as in not inverted. You can also turn off the auto-leveling option in the same menu, so your aiming cursor stops automatically moving to the center of the screen every time you move. The game also auto-aims for you, but you can manually aim as well, the controls for which mimic games like GoldenEye in difficulty. Timesplitters would not get a proper aiming reticule until the third game in the series. Overall though, the controls feel great, and most weapons even have an alternate firing mode handled on the fly by the R1 and R2 buttons. The sound effects from the character grunts and screams to the guns all pop, no pun intended. But the real star of the show is the music. The musical score in Timesplitters is reminiscent of the scores in both GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, and it sets the tone for the game nicely. The composer, whose name I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce, previously worked on both games as well as a couple of other rare classics, which explains the similar sound. Overall, the soundtrack is awesome.
Oh boy, am I ready for this?
The only big complaint some may have with the game, aside from the basic single player, are the first generation load times, which can be pretty long, and the fact that Timesplitters is a blue CD-based game, meaning that some PS2 systems will have trouble reading it. I personally have to tip my PS2 on its side in order for it to read CD-based games. The bottom line, even if Timesplitters 2 and Future Perfect surpass the original Timesplitters in almost every area, the original is still worth a look for series fans. If you became a fan with either of the sequels, you may be put off by Timesplitters' more simplistic nature, and the lack of a coherent single-player campaign. However, the multiplayer is still as fun as ever, and those still looking for their Timesplitters fix after completing Timesplitters 2 and Future Perfect will still find that classic Timesplitters feel, and plenty of challenge modes to take up their time. If you want to know how Timesplitters got its start, look into this one. Also, if you were a fan of GoldenEye and Perfect Dark on the N64, but have never played any of the Timesplitters games, then this is definitely a series you should look into. The original Timesplitters, being a PS2 launch title, was only released on the PS2. However, Timesplitters 2 and Timesplitters Future Perfect were also released on the GameCube and Xbox.